He has been Brigadier General Staff in an area headquarters and was responsible for matters related to the Northeast in the Defense Intelligence Agency Headquarters Integrated Defense Staff. He was a Director General recruiting at Army Headquarters prior to taking over as Director General Assam Rifles. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence with the first plenary session. The session shall be chaired by Shri Jaideep Saikia. Jaideep Saikia is a top South Asian security and terrorism expert and a known voice on matters of Northeast India, an alumni of Rashtriya Indian Military College in Dehradun, St. Stephen's College in Delhi, and the University of Illinois, where he was a Ford Fellow. He has received various fellowships, including ACDIS Ford, National Foundation of India, and the Regional Center for Strategic Studies. He has served the Government of India and Assam in security advisor capacities, including a stint as an expert on Northeast Asia in the National Security Council Secretariat. He is among the 12 fellows on the panel of Irregular Warfare Initiatives at West Point for the year 2022, and notably the only civilian and the only Asian. Shri Saikia is a progenitor of novel theories, including the line of amity for the Indo-China boundary, as it pertains to the Eastern sector and counter-radicalization, which he has been writing and lecturing about in his bid to replace what he terms is a non-existent animal called de-radicalization. I now request Shri Jaideep Saikia and the panel for the first session to come up on the stage and commence the session. The troubled neighbor, turbulent Myanmar, implications and impact. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As both the DG and the IG have said, it's very, very timely and a topical exercise that is being undertaken by the Assam Rifles. Future Ready Manipur. I personally feel that yes, Manipur is ready to take on the future and be the spearhead of the nation-building exercise which India is embarking upon. This plenary session is going to primarily talk about Myanmar. I mean, it's called the turbulent Myanmar, as it were. And as General Nair has very rightly pointed out, this country has a very important bearing on this state, this land of emeralds, Manipur. What happens there has a butterfly effect here. And as you know, in the past, it has been both a cradle and a conduit for insurgencies in this region and the rest of the Northeast. But primarily, post the 1st February 2021, that is last year, things have changed for a little for the worse. Civil strife, unrest, etc. have arisen, and once again, it has a bearing on the Northeast and primarily Mizoram and Manipur. And we have a very high-powered panel here to discuss these aspects. So I will not come between the high-powered panel and you, and I will request first Mr. H.K. Jain, who served the Cabinet Secretary at Government of India with great distinction, and is a established Myanmar hand, and he will talk about the ethno-nationalist aspects that govern Myanmar, and of course there would be overlapping and crisscrosses with this important state of the region. And then we'll have, of course, Ambassador Mukhopadhyay, who was our envoy to Yangon. I met him in 2014 when I was a part of the Track to Dialogue. So he's a hands-on man. He knows best, really. And then we have Mr. Sharabat, who was responsible, the member of the Indian Revenue Service, who was responsible, was the progenitor for the first land custom, transit facility in Moreh. So he's going to talk about Moreh as a gateway to the east, as it were. Of course, troubled times are not yet over as far as, the Act East policy, which refuses to go east. But I'm sure in the times to come, stability will come to Myanmar, and all of you, the future of Manipur and future of India will contribute to that noble aspect. Now I may request Mr. H.K. Jain to kindly take the stage.
Good morning to you all. I am grateful to Assam Rifles for this opportunity to speak on the topic Trans-border ethno-nationalism challenges to the state. I'll just first begin by saying that I'm aware that Manipur had taken special interest in the period 2015-20 to reach out to Myanmar, to interact with the people, expand people-to-people relations, and many delegations came from Myanmar side to here, and from here also many delegations went there. And I was really excited about this, and this was an opportunity probably after more than half a century when Myanmar was isolated to interact. And as we are saying again and again, if there is a gateway to the east from India, it is Manipur. So Manipur had taken that initiative, and I'm sure when situation permits again, it will take the same initiative and reach out. I mean, I'm saying this because having known that, in case of China-Myanmar relations, it's the Yunnan province which plays a major role. I mean, in economics, in sort of trade, in people-to-people interaction, it plays a huge role. So I can't see why Manipur cannot play that role. So you have a very, very important role to play if India has to go to east. It has been disturbed for pandemic and more recently due to political developments, but it's not going to last forever. And if we are aware, if Manipur is aware what to do, how to reach out, how to exploit the opportunity, I'm sure when the time comes, you will all do much better. This is the scope of my presentation today. I won't speak on this as such. So now coming to the topic, I begin with two maps, which are there, which in some way depict it's not very exact map, but then it will serve a purpose today. The geographical locations of the ethnic groups in Myanmar. And it is worth noting that the ethnic people in Myanmar constitute almost 34% of the population, which means it's very big. And without they doing well, they are being participating in the country properly, Myanmar cannot prosper. So it's very, very important that this issue is settled in Myanmar. Now, coming to the issue of, as far as India is concerned, of course, we know that the people on the other side who have friends, relatives, cousins on Indian side are Chin and Naga, and of course there are the Kachins and Kukis and Jomi people also. I won't dwell more on that because I'm sure you all are aware about that. Now coming to the second map, the striking feature as we can see is the major ethnic groups and their armed organizations are all on either China or Thailand border. I mean, it has been spoken earlier about those borders having more problems than the Indian border, and this map in some way demonstrates that. It is also important to note that both Thailand and China have seen migration or influx of people in troubled times in Myanmar in the post-independence history of Myanmar. Now I will speak briefly about the history of ethnic nationalism in Myanmar and its character. This may help us understand the root of the problem and possible solutions. However, it must be mentioned here that while there may be and there are similarities in the aspirations of various ethnic groups of Myanmar, there are also differences. Each ethnic group has a special character and feature in their interaction with the Burma or Burman-dominated state in Myanmar. Coming to the history of this relationship, I will start basically with sort of close to independence and post-independence history. On the eve of independence, the ethnic people and the Burma people were divided. They were not together, they didn't fight together for the independence. While the ethnics fought with the British against the Japanese, the Burmans, at least in the beginning, were with the Japanese. And this issue led to problems between the Karens, who are a very major ethnic group in Myanmar, and the Burmans, and they had clashes and even riots. On the other hand, the British were not ready to grant independence unless there was consensus amongst the stakeholders in Myanmar. This was somehow achieved in Panglong with right to secession for Sans and Kachins. The Chins, who were next to our border in large numbers, they were present in the conference, but then they didn't get even a separate state at that point of time. On the other hand, the Karens, who, as I said, are the very large group, did not get the desired status, didn't get a proper state. Of course, they were desiring for independence at that point of time. This was to some extent incentivized by the British because of the Second World War, and they wanted them to fight alongside them against the Japanese. So when they didn't get the desired status, they resorted to armed struggle almost soon after independence and declared independence. But it is important to note that no other ethnic group of Myanmar resorted to armed struggle for the next 10 years. Further, while the Karens demanded independence, most other groups were ready to live in a federal Myanmar with genuine autonomy. On the other hand, even the Karens, as time went by, worked with the Burman-dominated Communist Party of Burma against the Navy and military government. And more recently, as we know, Karens have been the strongest votary of a negotiated settlement within Burma. What they're looking for is a real federal, genuine federal structure and not independence anymore. Now coming to the political process in Myanmar over the period of time. The political process in Myanmar almost from the beginning failed to address the grievances of the ethnic people. In the Navian era or pre-Navian era, there was a federal commission constituted, but it couldn't give much to the ethnic people. Then came the 1974 constitution, which of course gave the states to the ethnics, but then effectively it was a centralized state. There was nothing for the states. Now, after that, more recently came the 2008 constitution, but it was also very centralized in character. For example, the chief minister is appointed by the president of the country and not by sort of the state or the state legislature. On the other hand, the character of the ethnic sort of struggle in Myanmar also changed. The Communist Party of Burma disintegrated and many groups came in the next to China border in northeast Myanmar. And then most powerful group today, the WA group, UWSA, didn't even exist till 1989. But after 89, I mean, this is the peculiar problem of Myanmar, that they have a kind of de facto independent or semi-independent status. I mean, the Myanmar, this is a liberated zone. Myanmar army doesn't go there. They have their own sort of way of doing things. They have separate relationship with the Chinese, and they want to preserve this status. So this could effectively mean a confederation status, which is something, of course, the Myanmar people, the government, the civilian government, as well as the military government are not agreeing to it. But the process was still on. I mean, the WA joined the peace process very, very recently, like 2017 only. The next slide is a summary of the demands of ethnic armed organizations of Myanmar. I mean, if we can see the demands, it comes out very clearly that they all are almost ready to work within Myanmar. They may have different idea of what Myanmar should look like in a political settlement, but none of them virtually wants independence. I mean, more recently, the Arakan army has come up. They are also kind of looking towards a confederation status if possible. Now, coming to the more recent history, a new peace process began in 2011 under a quasi-military government. This peace process had a very complex structure and a very long process. I won't go into that. But what struck me personally was that the Myanmar military was insisting when the negotiations were going on a non-secession clause, that you will not secede from the union, which was not acceptable to the ethnic armed organizations. On the other hand, the ethnic armed organizations wanted a federal army. I mean, today the Myanmar army is dominated by the Burmas or Burmans, and there is no place for others. So I mean, they are there, but very in minority. In the officers, the numbers is even smaller. Whereas if you go back to British time, it is the ethnics who were the majority in the army in Burma. So they ethnics think that is how it should go. There should be a federal army and not only a federal state. There is this tussle in wordplay. The ethnics want federal democratic Burma, and the Burmans wanted democratic federal Burma, and there is long debate and discussion on this. So what I'm basically trying to say is there is a long way for this peace process, but The fact that they were negotiating it very seriously, they were debating this, was very good. In a sense, at least there was some hope for some kind of political solution. The other thing which is very interesting, despite this divide between the ethnic groups and the majority Burma, is that the ethnic armed organizations have been supportive of democratic process in Burma against the military, both post-1988 and more recently since February last year. And even the Karens who once wanted independence have been at the forefront of supporting these young Burmans, giving them support, shelter, training. This can be seen as an effort to bridge the trust deficit between the Burmans and the ethnics. Now, the peculiarity of the politics of Burma is, when we have this democratic party called National League for Democracy, which came to power through elections in 2015. However, and it had fought together, as I said, with the ethnics against the military since 1988. But when it formed the government, it in many ways, at least as far as the ethnics are concerned, behaved almost like the military. Prior to the elections, it refused to form a coalition with the ethnic political parties who stood by NLD since 1988. Post-elections, they refused to appoint as chief minister, particularly in Rakhine state, from the party which has won majority in the state assembly. So that's a major grievance. Like the ANP leaders, what they have been saying is that they were eager to work with NLD, but then NLD spurned them. This led to very bitter feelings amongst the Rakhine people, and the political process basically failed to deliver for them, though there was a transition to democracy of some kind. And that is what has led to great support for the Arakan army, which is now a very, very strong force in Rakhine state. This reality of a democratic party not being able to listen to the ethnics could also partly explain why many other ethnic armed groups, particularly in Shan state, are completely keeping away from the democratic resistance which is happening in Myanmar today. I mean, we probably in Manipur you hear a lot more about this because Sagaing is kind of the heart of this anti-military protest. But if you go to Shan state, then it's not there so much. Kachin is still there, but Shan state, it's not there so much. There the major armed groups are not fighting or not supporting at least democratic process in the same way of democratic resistance. And even the groups like even the Karens who have signed the National Ceasefire Agreement in 2015 and have been negotiating the peace process and actively sort of working for it, tried to arrange a meeting with the military with the help of NCA witness countries. India is one of them, in May, June 2021. So what this basically means that there is a deep divide and deep distrust between the two sides, between the ethnics and the military, and the ethnics don't even trust the democratic leaders all the time. I mean, now there is a national unity government and there is a consultative process of the democratic forces, and Karens and others are participating in this, but then this divide still remains. Now, coming to the complexity of the ethnic politics in Myanmar, I mean, as we know, I mean, the various ethnic groups, particularly in northern Shan state, fight amongst each other for control of territory. Then, over a period of time, the ethnic political parties have come up. There are differences between the ethnic political parties and the armed organizations. As in a democracy, when you have to fight elections, your interests are slightly different from the logic of an armed organization. This process has been even more complicated by the emergence of a very, very active civil society in Myanmar over the last decade. Because they have their own view, they have their own issue, their own agenda. So it's a very complex situation as such. More interestingly, when it comes to the elections, the ethnic political parties have performed very poorly. And except in Rakhine state and to some extent in Shan state, the people have voted for National League for Democracy, which is basically a Burman-dominated party. One reason analyzed for poor performance of ethnic political parties in 2015 was the division of votes. There were simply too many of them in each ethnic state. For example, in Chin state, there were 3 of them, for a population of 500,000. So before 2020 elections, they decided to merge, but the results were almost the same. What this suggests is that from the people's point of view, the ethnic people's point of view, they are ready to coexist with the Burmans. They are ready to trust the Burman leadership, civilian leadership even today. and what they're looking for is genuine autonomy and prospects for a better life. They have their grievances, no doubt about that, I explained earlier, but then they have not lost hope in the political process completely. Now, this slide shows those merger of parties in different states. Very interesting. There's so many of them. If you see on the right side and left side, the new parties which came up before 2020 elections. This shows the results of the 2015 elections. 2020 was almost same. I couldn't get hold of a proper map for that. You can see red or orange. It's looking orange here. It's entirely orange all over the country, which basically is the color of the National League for Democracy. So, I'm okay. I'm not need to point. Thank you. So basically, people still have faith in NLD to some extent, at least till 2020. So overall, what I want to say is that Myanmar ethnic problem is not because of inherent desire of the ethnic groups for independence. The ethnic people in Myanmar are pragmatic. They fought together with the Burmans against the military, and they have not lost hope in the democratic process yet. Now, coming to implications for India, I mean, if from what I have said earlier, in my view, the root of the problem is not in the trans-border ethnic pull, but it is in the political problems in Myanmar. The main problem is the dysfunctional nature of Myanmar politics. It is almost throughout history highly centralized, mostly ruled by military, and the basic demands of the ethnic people have not been met. This is further complicated by the fact that the politics in the Burman heartland itself is not settled. When the majority of the people, Burman, who constitute 66-68% of the population, are divided between the Democrats and the military, and they keep fighting, it is bound to affect others, their life. You cannot have a normal state, normal governance, then it is a dysfunctional state. And when you have a dysfunctional state, it will create problems within the country, for the ethnics and the neighboring countries also. And that is why if we see the major refugee flow, migration has happened to neighboring countries twice, once after 1988 and then again more recently. In between, we didn't have really economic migrants or other migrants over a period, at least post-independence history, we don't see that in a big way. So my sort of hypothesis is that as long as there is no peace inside Myanmar, there is no political settlement among the majority community, there is no compromise on what form of government they should have, and there is a consensus of transition of government and how should they go about it, there will be problems. And neighbors also have to sort of face it. As far as India is concerned, the largest ethnic group with affinity on the Indian side, the Chins, have been eager to find a political solution within Myanmar. But during extreme times, post 1988, more recently, they were forced to take shelter outside. Otherwise, they all love India. They have fond memories. Many people have lived here after post 1988. But then they don't want to migrate here. Maybe some people come for education, but then nobody wants to come here, settle down here, or support any problems in India or exploit any problems in India. I mean, at least I didn't get that sense at all. Even for the Naga population, as far as India is concerned, the Myanmar Nagas, as a people, I'm not talking about the ethnic armed organization, they have a separate way of thinking for various regions. They too had voted for the National League for Democracy. And there a lot of connect. They used to come to Yangon. They met even Indian embassy people, as far as I know. And they were not averse to even taking help from the Indian embassy for small projects in the Naga area of Myanmar. Similarly, the two other small groups, ethnic groups across the border, the Kukis and Jomis, also essentially demand autonomy and are ready to cohabit with the Burmans. So overall, what I want to say is that ethnic affinity across the border is not the primary problem for India. The primary challenge is the dysfunctional nature of Myanmar politics, Myanmar governance. And if you have a sort of state where even the government people, the army is not able to pay salaries properly or in time, there will be problems, as we all know. I mean, so as long as this state of affairs in Myanmar continues, there is political instability in the heartland, there is misgovernance, they don't look at the demands of the ethnic people, then, and in acute problems, periods of political strife like more recently, there would be drug trafficking, smuggling, gun running, it's bound to happen. I mean, this is a problem of the nature of state in Myanmar, not cross-border ethnic affinity. That's what I see. So without a stable political system in Myanmar, we are unlikely to see complete peace on our borders. And it is interesting to note that we should not think only we see this problem. Even China and Thailand have such problems. The Chinese are highly sensitive towards any foreign contact that ethnic armed organizations along their border have with the Western world. I mean, I know for sure that the Chinese ambassador in Yangon or Rangoon told the American ambassador not to visit Shan and Kachin state. So which basically means that unstable Myanmar, where there are a lot of ethnic groups, is a problem for each and every neighbor. I mean, there will be more that Ambassador Mukhopadhyay will speak about China's role in Myanmar. But I just want to touch that, everybody has a problem. It's not only India. Now, coming to India's policy options, I think we have a legitimate role in Myanmar because we are one of the witness countries. We are invited by all the stakeholders in Myanmar to be a witness, which basically means that play some kind of constructive role in the political process in Myanmar. Now, it's a disturbed situation there. I mean, so we can't probably play a very constructive role immediately, but this has to be done at an opportune time. And moreover, the federal model of India has a great appeal to all stakeholders in Myanmar. I mean, the military, they are not averse to it. All the ethnic groups love it. I mean, many have visited Manipur, so I'm sure some people, at least in this audience, are aware about that. And when they go back, they really praise the Indian system and they really feel very happy about it. I mean, we have our own problems, but then when they look from their point of view, they find it's a great model. I mean, of course, the other Westerners and others took them to all over the world. But I think other models may not be as suitable as the Indian model is in many ways. Chinese model, of course, is not suitable for them at all. So, on the other hand, also, as far as this conflict between the democratic forces and military is concerned, I think we also need to play a role there. Perhaps we couldn't play a role really in the last 5-10 years when there was some opportunity, because we also didn't have as much contact with the various stakeholders in the Burmese heartland because of their isolation for almost 50 years. I mean, Indian embassy also couldn't function that well in those days because there are a lot of surveillance and restrictions, and like people coming and going between the two countries also was much smaller. So it was a different world, but I'm sure when the time comes, in our enlightened self-interest, we should try to bring the two forces, democratic forces and military together whenever opportunity arises. I mean, it cannot be termed as interference. I mean, we are not going to force anybody to do anything, but if we don't play a role, because others are not interested so much, Chinese are not interested in democratic politics, because that is not the primary requirement for them. They want whichever government there should be subservient to their interests. The Americans support democracy, but then again, they are not able to talk to both the sides. So I think to some extent, we have a role to play, and when time permits, we should do it in our enlightened self-interest and try to bring the two sides together, because we have experience of successfully managing a democracy for a long time and big democracy. So it should be of some help if we talk to them. I mean, as far as the more recent developments are concerned, it's a time of adversity for India. I mean, we didn't have a choice. People had to come, they came. I think ultimately, despite international borders and security issues, you cannot stop people when they flee, and their cousins on this side sort of want to give them some help. So I think that's what ultimately settled down. I mean, all the people, the government, and the leaders, they are all doing whatever they can to manage the situation. But what's important is that since people are already come, which is an adversity in a way for us, we should look for opportunity within that. The opportunity is this. These people are here, so we interact with them obviously. So if we make good friends, and when they go back, which eventually they have done historically, I'm sure they will go back this time also. They will become our friends, our representative. They will carry our political ideas, how we deal with situation, and they will stand for our interests when the time comes. So it's extremely important that we sort of stick to that. For the long term, I mean, I definitely see the ethnic affinity in whatever way it exists as an opportunity and never a problem for India. Yeah, I'm just in 30 seconds. So we should, I mean, India has got tremendous soft power. If we interact with the Rakhines, the Chins, I mean, they always talk about various things about India. So they are our friends, And we should not see that as a problem. I mean, Rakhine also, we had some issues in between. Some people came to this side for whatever reasons, when the fighting was going on. But then I don't think they are a problem. So I think they're an opportunity. So trans-border ethnic nationalism for us cannot be a problem. It is an opportunity in many ways. And we have a role to play, and we should play that.
Morning, friends. Director General Assam Rifles, Inspector General Assam Rifles South, senior officers from the Assam Rifles and perhaps the Army as well, guests, fellow panelists and other panelists at the next session, and of course the students who have been invited to this event. It's really a genuine and great pleasure to be addressing this audience on a subject that of course has occupied me a good part of my last 10 years. I think it's very, very important, the initiative that the Assam Rifles has taken and General Shairawat has taken to open up this kind of brainstorming session. We know that the Assam Rifles has basically an operational role, but it's very important to understand the context, the political context, the regional context, even the geopolitical context behind which we undertake our respective jobs. And I think it's particularly sort of foresighted of them to include the young generation in this, so that there is a better understanding of the dynamics at play. And to do so by inviting, I think, a truly expert panel of speakers. Each of the speakers that we have today, I don't have to go by name, but starting from our chair himself, are people who have years and decades of experience in the region, in issues of insurgency, in issues of diplomacy, geopolitics, and perhaps even development and other areas. So I think, this is a great occasion for us to sort of reflect on where we are at the moment and building on the title of Beyond Ethnicity and Insurgency, look towards the future, bearing in mind that we have a really serious challenge right next door in Myanmar right now. So, it's very tempting to begin, particularly talking about the Myanmar-China relationships with history. But in the interest of time, I'll just try and telescope that into a couple of takeaways. If we look back at Myanmar's relationship with China and India, one thing is striking, that racially and ethnically and even linguistically, since they all belong to the Tibeto-Burman group, the Myanmar have very close affinities, ties with particularly the southern Chinese in the Yunnan area. But culturally and civilizationally, and people often talk about religion, but it's actually more than religion, their ties, their civilization has been much more closely anchored with that of India. Very few people know that the very first polity, the idea of a political system in Myanmar began with the migration of a Sakyan king, even before Lord Buddha, to Myanmar. His name was Abhiraja. In the context of a clash between the Koshalas and the Panchalas, they lost out in a matrimonial proposal. He crossed the borders and started and founded the first city-state in Myanmar, in Burma, at a place called Dagong. And after that, they started a whole series of city-states. They were called the Pew states. And the few states, in fact, if their central cultural spine really came from Hinduism and from Buddhism. In fact, both of them. And this carried on until the very first empire that the Myanmar built, which was the Bagan dynasty. And the Bagan dynasty, in fact, actually raided a dynasty further south in a place called Thaton. And the purpose of that raid was simply to bring the three Pitakas from Suvarnabhumi, as that place was called, to Bagan. And then they founded that kingdom on that basis. And through that history, actually the Chinese provided, a lot of migration. A lot of their dynasties also came and settled down in Myanmar. There was a process of osmosis. It was never really colonization. They became Myanmarized themselves in the course of the time. Legends grew up to kind of support that idea. But as a later leader once told us, Myanmar leader once told us, for guns and arms, we may go to China, but for salvation, we have to come to India and to Bodh Gaya. So that has been the theme around which India and China have played. And yet, in more recent terms, there has been a subtle change. And this subtle change is what I'm going to be talking about. At the time of independence, The Chinese were, of course, in a state of their own upheaval. They had the Communist Revolution. In fact, at that time, the Kuomintang, who were being pushed back by the Communist Party cadres, took refuge in northeast of Burma, what we today call the Shan states and so on. And the Chinese interest also, the interest of the Chinese Communist Party then also was consolidation of their boundaries and their borders. So at the first phase, in fact, they accepted the McMahon Line in Burma and signed an agreement with a boundary agreement with Burma of that time. Subsequently, of course, as the revolution picked up steam, they also supported the Burmese Communist Party, and the Burmese Communist Party became a major challenge to the democratic government of UNU at that time. Remember, at the same time, there were very large Chinese populations, ethnic Chinese populations that were settled in Burma, just as there were very large Indian populations that were settled in Burma. And when Ne Win came to power in a military coup, one of his big sort of agendas was to push back what they considered foreigners, both the Chinese and the Indians, out of China, or at least reduce their prominence in economic life in China by the process of nationalization of the economy, of the industries, of businesses, which forced many of the Indians away from China. And at that time, there were very strong anti-China riots, which the Chinese government accused Ne Win's government of supporting. And in fact, for several years, their relationship actually broke down over both the support for ethnic Chinese by the Chinese Communist Party and support for the Burmese Communist Party. So in fact, relationships were really quite bad until the democratic agitations, the student agitation and the democratic agitation of 1990. And taking advantage of that, and by this time, of course, China was much stronger, and taking advantage of the military's pushback against democracy, the Chinese made a kind of compromise, made a kind of deal with the Tamado of that time. And that deal consisted of two parts. One is that they dissolved the Burmese Communist Party, and therefore, ended one of the major challenges to the Burmese Tamado. But at the same time, they helped the Tamado sign and reach individual ceasefires with the many ethnic armed organizations that were fighting the Tamado, the Myanmar military, since the time of the independence. And the reason they did that was that, as far as the Tamado was concerned, they did not want a battle with the Burma majority, who were now agitating for democracy on the one hand, as well as the ethnic armed organizations on the other hand. So they kind of made a tactical peace, ceasefires with the ethnic armed organizations to concentrate on the Burma agitation, on the democratic agitation. And of course, by 1990, they managed to suppress that. And the Chinese then started developing a very close grip on the Tamado, on the Myanmar military, from about 1990 until virtually about 2010. Now in 2010, Senior General Tan Shui, whatever may be said about the Burmese and their dependence on the Chinese, the Burmese have a very strong spirit of autonomy and independence. Throughout history, and particularly in the 18th century, when the Chinese tried to push into Myanmar, the Burmese rulers were able to push them back. So in fact, actually the Chinese politically, even if ethnically, racially, and demographically they may have to some extent colonized China, politically they were never able to really exercise their influence in China. So I think Tan Shui at that time began to realize that this grip, the Chinese grip, was becoming too much. They were making too many demands on them politically and particularly economically, because China was now opening up and was going into a big economy. And they started reaching out. They reached out to India. This was around the time the first overtures were made to India, around the turn of the millennium, and also to ASEAN. And it was this period that they also developed their relationship with ASEAN. And Tan Shui gradually evolved what was called the 7-stage roadmap for democracy. Actually, it was never really a roadmap for democracy. It was a roadmap for a civilian front to a military rule. And that came into fruition in the period between 2010 and 2015. In 2008, the Myanmar military, not the Myanmar people, drafted a constitution which really enshrined the role of the military in the Myanmar polity, ostensibly forever. And in 2010, they formed, prior to that, they formed a political party called the USDP. And the USDP contested the elections. The NLD did not contest the elections. In fact, it was prohibited from contesting the elections. And even if it had to, I think it declined to participate because they knew that it was not going to be a free and fair election. And of course, the USDP came out with an overwhelming victory, elected its own president, President Thein Sein, who became the leader of the USDP. There was subsequently a by-election in 2011, which the NLD contested, and they won practically all the seats that they contested. So there was, thereafter, there was a kind of an opposition in parliament. But the point was that in this period between 2010 and 2015, under the USDP rule, with the military behind, the Thein Sein government really opened up hugely to the international community. They started mending their relationships with the United States. They mended their relationships with Japan. They started building on their relationship with India, with ASEAN, with Europe. And for the first time, and for a long time, continuing the kind of Myanmar tradition of dealing with the Chinese, I personally witnessed, as I was ambassador there at that time, that the Chinese were kept off balance. In fact, Burmese diplomacy under the USDP kept the Chinese extremely, in a state of suspension, because they didn't know how the Burmese would use the Americans, the Japanese, the Indians, and even the Australians and others to push back towards China. All that changed after 2016-17, when the Rohingya problem erupted. And the Rohingya problem once again forced Myanmar into a situation of international isolation. International isolation has always been an excuse for China to get a stronger grip on the rulers of Myanmar. The NLD itself knew that China was a very big neighbor, and in fact tried to court them and reach out to them, made overtures to them, particularly in terms of economic investment. Daw Aung San Suu Kyi felt that, if Myanmar was a poor country, by the way, it was a very rich country at the time of independence, and it was a rich country at the time of UNU's rule, but it was really 50 years of military rule that pushed Myanmar back from the front ranks of the Southeast Asian countries to literally the rear of the Southeast Asian countries. So, she also reached out to the Chinese in terms of economic investments. Frankly, she reached out to us as well. We did not invest much, though we contributed a lot in terms of development expenditure. And we did extremely good work, but this was nothing compared to the kind of political military approach, political economic approach of the Chinese. So I will now, given the fact that I have about 6-7 minutes left, touch on two quick things. What has been the Chinese strategy over this period? And I would say this is a three-pronged strategy. The first strategy has been economic. It has made huge extractive investments in the Myanmar economy. And they are almost all resource exploitation, resource extraction. Two of the kind of landmark investments were the Mitson hydroelectric dam, at a point where two tributaries, the Maikha and the Malika of the Irrawaddy, actually join. And the Chinese wanted to build a 6,000 megawatt dam at a place called Mitson in Kachin state, to take out electricity basically for China. Similarly, they made a huge investment in a copper mine called Letpa Tong that was in the heartland, in the center of Burma. And since then, they have had a number of other mining investments, and their most recent sort of ambition, which they have been trying for many years, is to construct a series of dams down the Salween River. The Salween River is another river that originates in China and comes through Myanmar. It is one of the few rivers in the world that is still undammed. In a way, it's called the Wild River. And of course, a lot of hydroelectric power stations have been eyeing investments in the Salween Dam. Chinese interest in investing in the Salween River and in the dams is not only economic, it's also political, because as I will explain to you, the second sort of a large area of thrust of theirs is their BRI, their Belt and Road Initiative, particularly the projects in Burma. So as part of the Belt and Road Initiative, they have forged prior economic projects with strategic projects of the time to basically reach out from Yunnan straight into the Indian Ocean, right in our backyard in the Bay of Bengal. And so there was first the oil pipeline that they constructed from Chokfu, which is on the Bay of Bengal, just south of Sitwe port, where we have, a port, a small port on the Sitwe, in Sitwe. Oil pipeline from Chofu in the Bay of Bengal, somewhere. Oh, I'm sorry. I think let's let that be. So you get it from the Bay of Bengal up to Yunnan. Heading from southwest to northeast. The oil pipeline was accompanied by a gas pipeline. Then the Myanmar bid for a special economic zone at Chofu. The Chinese bid for that special economic zone. The USDP, while it was in power, did not award the contract for the development of the SEZ to the Chinese companies who were actually the forerunners. But they waited for the period when they lost power and the NLD was to come in. And during that transition, they actually handed over the Chofu Special Economic Zone to the Chinese, partly as a challenge to Daw Aung San Suu Kyi and the NLD. They wanted to see how the NLD would be able to handle the Chinese. And so you had these, and then on top of that, they got control of the Chofu Deep Sea Harbor. Now, very few people know that the Chofu Deep Sea Harbor is probably the single best and deepest natural harbor in the Bay of Bengal, the entire Bay of Bengal. And yet the Chinese, even though it had not been given to the Chinese all this time, they had a lock over it. They had a complete hold over it so that it was not able to give them to anyone else. So, you had these strategic projects whose basic function was to try to reach out to the Indian Ocean, to the Bay of Bengal. And this was accompanied by, apart from, the oil and gas pipelines and the special economic zone, a whole range of industrial zones, particularly on the Chinese border, but also in Mandalay, and also transport networks. Originally, the transport network was only from Chofu to Myanmar, to the Bay of Bengal, but now it expanded to include Mandalay, Yangon, and of course they are also trying to use the ethnic armed organizations. One point that was coming out in Hemu's presentation was that the Chinese also use the ethnic armed organizations for their political interests. So a number of ethnic groups like the Wa and the Mongla and the Koken are of Chinese ethnic extract. And they have used them very skillfully, and they are now using the Wa army, which is the largest ethnic army in Myanmar, to push against the Shan, the other Shan armies, like the North Shan army and the South Shan army, to open a corridor down the Salween River to the Molmain. So that not only will they have a corridor from Yunnan to Chofu in the Bay of Bengal, but also through Salween to the Gulf of Martaban. And of course, all this has to be seen in the context of their larger strategic ambitions, which includes the China-Pakistan economic corridor, which includes, real estate projects in Yangon, gray zone projects where they are supporting shady enterprises to construct, tourist cities, financial cities, and so on. So there's a kind of massive web of investments that the Chinese are unleashing in that area. And the February coup, in many ways, has played straight into the Chinese hands, because now the army is weak internally, isolated externally. They have only Russia and China to go to for assistance, for diplomatic support, as well as military support. So that is the situation that we face ourselves in today. I've exceeded my time, so I will end. And if there are questions, I will be very happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. That was very magisterially spoken, really. You quite clearly made it very clear that the unseen player is really a visible one, and China is very much in the game, and we need to sort of recalibrate our policy if we are to offset the Chinese intentions. Now, quickly, may I request Mr. Sharawat to make his statements.
Good morning and greetings to the esteemed audience here. At the very outset, I am very grateful to the DG Assam Rifles, IG South Assam Rifles, and to the team of his officers who have been very kind and given me the opportunity to be here and talking about More. My talk will be more grounded and less of pedantic, as we have heard so far. And I'll be talking really on the brass tacks, what really is needed for Manipur. In fact, the title of the seminar could have been just Future Ready Manipur. Manipur is absolutely ready for the future. More, okay, this is the map of the northeastern region, and I'm sure everybody is very familiar with it, but I just thought I'll flag it out to you, where is More? And this is particularly for the benefit of people who have not been to More. More is the first land custom station on the Indo-Myanmar border, which is almost about 1600 kilometers plus, spanning over 4 states. And the second land custom station was sanctioned for the state of Mizoram at a place called Zokhavartar, also loosely referred as Champai. There were 2 more land custom stations sanctioned, one for Nagaland and one for Arunachal. Unfortunately, they never were notified and they were never operationalized. More is about 110 kilometers from here in the southeast of Manipur. It is a small town with a population of about 35,000, representing a micro-India where people practice different faiths, cultures, practices, and even food is different. In fact, this is the the feature which is what is called as integrity checkpost More. And this was the construction began in 2013, but due to various difficulties, it could finally take off only in 2018. This is on a hillock sort of a thing, right next to the Indo-Friendship Bridge, gate number 1, which is a Bailey Bridge. And this facility is created in about 45 acres at a cost of about 100 odd crores. This is supposed to cater to both the passenger movement as well as the cargo movement for people coming from Myanmar into India and likewise going out from India to Myanmar. More, to my mind, and as rightly said, is the gateway to the east and to the far east also. It is the bridge between and the bridgehead not only for Myanmar but for the entire Southeast Asia, spanning right up to Japan itself. In fact, what happens is More provides us a bridgehead for connecting to the ASEAN countries. ASEAN countries, we all know, is a $10 trillion economy, which is 3 times ours, and yet half the population of ours at 68 crores. So look at these opportunities which are prevalent at this place. It just needs to be harnessed. It just needs to be basically channelized. And I personally feel so. It is an excellent entrepot also. Why? You must ask me this question. Because it has a tremendous future in the sense that it is, as rightly said by the IG South before us at the very outset, that this is the only geostrategic linkage which provides the East for various reasons of terrain, geography, people-to-people contact, etc. This is the only one. The Manipur state only provides this to the whole of the country. Curated development of More with forward and backward linkages of value chains will undoubtedly benefit, first of all, the people of More, the state of Manipur, and for the northeastern region, and besides the whole country as such. The whole economy of everybody, right from the micro town of More to the whole country, will get reverberated. It will be energetic, it will be providing much forward movement to everybody here. And I personally feel so that that sort of a situation will be win-win for all stakeholders, be it the smallest person who's opening up a shop in More or right up to Guwahati and onwards to the mainland country. Likewise, I also feel that once you see More and the development of More takes place through the means of trade, economy, commerce, etc., all the other ills and issues such as unemployment, drugs, gun running, and misadventure will become part of the history, because economic prosperity is the magnet and is the new mantra of peace and prosperity. The world is no more guided by geopolitics now. It is guided by geoeconomies. We can see it for ourselves. I don't want to say because I have military experts right before me here, but the war in Ukraine is a very fine example where it says that geopolitics is not going to be the mainstay here. It is the geoeconomies which is going to be calling the shots here. The proverbial power no more flows through the barrel of the gun, but it flows from the vaults of the banks. Trade is the panacea for all social economic ills. Countries trade a lot with their neighbors, and it is a natural thing to do so. Post-World War economies have always traded first and foremost with their neighbors, and it is the model of their success. But unfortunately, we for India and in this region, we have lagged behind in this. Out of India's total exports of about $22 billion in the year 1920, it constitutes only about 7% of our total exports. So likewise, our imports are also too paltry, just at 0.8%. Whereas for any big country like this, I'm not using the word big brother, but what happens is the sheer size of our economy tells us that we should be taking more from our neighbors, and we should be setting up value-based linkages with them, which are forward-backward linkages, in the sense that they should be exporting to us, we should be exporting to them, and they should be mutually dependent. Whenever you have this mutually dependency and interdependency with each other, without making an economic union, what happens is the peace and prosperity is the first gain which you get into these areas. Being the fourth largest economy in the world at US $3.5 trillion, India can surely meet the needles to rockets and kerosene to vaccine requirements of all our nations. We have proved it. In fact, I always keep telling our neighboring countries, why do you go very far? We will provide you everything possible what you need. And at least by your standards, we will provide you the world standards. And what happens is not only with that, our products will be much cheaper. Our products will provide you warranty, guarantee, etc. And the supply chain will be much, much faster. And the cost which ultimately will come to you will be very, very less. Our Western neighbor has been very often talking of this, that if they buy many, many things from India, they'll be at a much, much cheaper thing. But the political cost tells them not to do so. In fact, what happens is, if you look at our trade, in fact, out of our total exports to neighboring countries, 40% is to the land-based itself. Today, you look at the case of Nepal and Bhutan. They, of course, are landlocked countries, so they have willy-nilly. But look at the case of Bangladesh. More than about 40% of their exports are through land borders. In fact, Petropol, Benapol is one of the land custom stations in West Bengal, where the trade is to the tune of about $3.5 billion, which is a tremendous thing. And this trade has only doubled up only in last 5 years, thanks to the integrated checkposts which have come up there. So what I'm trying to say is, if this sort of integrated checkposts are coming up, that will be very, very good for the whole country. Border trade assumes a pivotal role in land border sharing countries, and especially for Myanmar, China, trade is almost 90% is through the border itself. The ambassador here will bear me out that a total trade between Myanmar and China is to the tune of about $5.9 billion, and out of which 90% goes through one single border crossing point called as Muse Ruli. They have 4 more border crossing points, but what happens is more than 90% is from this itself. And you'll be all surprised to know Muse Ruli was set up only in 2006. Before that, it was just a normal border crossing with not much of a trade at all. Why? Because the infrastructure which was provided there, the facilities which were provided there, the roads and bridges which were provided there have proved to be a great magnet for it. And it incentivized the development of trade on both the sides. There's a huge dependence now. And similarly, why not for us, especially for More itself? What I'm saying is that the other day somebody was asking, what can we get from them? In fact, today our trade with Myanmar is very meager. It's just about $170 million, which is a pittance. And what happens is, it is surprising to note that more than 90% of this trade is via the sea route, whereas it should have been by the land route itself, because we are so close here. In fact, it is cheaper to get rice or cereals or pulses for Manipur and for the northeastern region from Myanmar itself, rather than to lug it all the from the North India. This is what I have been always trying to say. Similarly, if you look at the trade of Myanmar with Thailand itself, they have a place called Mayawadi, Mysot, where the total trade between Myanmar and Thailand is to the tune of $1.25 billion. But there also, Mysot and Mayawadi contributes almost to the tune of 80%. These are some rough figures which I have just given to you to give you a flavor of what the trade can do. In fact, trade is the new peace talk process, and this is the only way where you can build friendships, etc. The DG was mentioning about one country where what they have done is that they have basically used money power itself. In fact, that country's and our country's GDP in the year 1979 was the same as we were at that time. They were the same in the year 1991 as we were. Why I'm mentioning these figures of 79? Because in 79, the Chinese opened up their economy. We opened up our economy in 1991. But what were the Chinese doing from 79 to 91? They were basically developing ports, bridges, development of infrastructure, highways, and all the other townships which they required for it. And then there was no looking back for China since 1991. In fact, from 1991, they started coming on the international scene in a big way, and then there was no looking back with the onset of the 21st century at all. So this is what exactly I'm trying to say, that we have a tremendous future here. Now I'll just tell you about what I feel is about the More. This is the Friendship Gate number 2, which many of you are familiar, but for the benefit of my younger friends, they may not be knowing, this is also called as the Indo-Myanmar Gate 2. And this is what is called as the More. And what happens is, More for me is an acronym. And More for me basically means millions of rupees enter here every day. What happens is, normally we are not able to account for the figures of the trade at More at all. Because what happens is, there is something called as parallel informal trade. The informal trade cannot be given a very correct figure, but the ballpark figure is something about 3,000 crores before the COVID. And in fact, this figure is not recorded by the custom side or by the Indian authority side in the More side, but it is definitely recorded in the Myanmar side. So what happens is, and I always keep saying that not only every day, it happens around the year. We are all aware. In fact, what happens is, not only the Manipur markets, in fact, the entire northeastern market, states markets are filled up with these goods. Where have they come from? They have all come from this More itself. Now, I have been hinted to wind up a little faster. More, why I say More is a very, very gifted, God-blessed place. Not only it is the gateway to the east, but what happens is, the two Asian highways crisscross through this place itself. This is an Asian highway, which is called as Asian Highway 1. Basically, it starts from Japan and goes to South Korea, North Korea, Cambodia, and it comes straight away like this. And you can see, it is basically coming through our More itself. So this is what exactly I want to say, Asian Highway 1. And this Asian highway is almost about 13,000 kilometers long, and it connects entirely to the Europe itself, traversing through almost about 30 odd countries of Asia. The best part is, there's an Asian Highway 2 also, which also is basically intersecting at the same very place. There can be no other better opportunity than this. And this Asian Highway basically starts from Indonesia itself and traverses through all these countries, and it again goes to Europe itself. Beautiful. And this is something which we need to exploit, and I'm also happy to share here with you that Asian Highway is right now under construction. And I think, as I've been told, that is likely to be completed in about a year's time. But as the infrastructure gets completed, we must put into our place our policies also, our procedures also, to gain the full and maximum out of it. Then the next is the Trans-Asian Railway. The Trans-Asian Railway is again basically it is a project of the United Nations ESCAP, as is the Trans-Asian Highway itself. And this is about 1,17,000 kilometers total and basically it again is likely to go through More itself. And even if it does not go through More, perhaps Imphal would be connected very soon. And because this Trans-Asian railway line is not entirely connected by rail itself, there are ferries also at places. So perhaps for us from here, 110 kilometers is not very far to get on and to the railways itself. So these, what else could have any small place or any country or a state or its people ask for? Lovely connection, 2 Asian highways. Then what happens is railways. And this railways movement, as we all know, is the best after the ocean freight. In fact, China again has proved that how railways connectivity has boosted their economy. They have run trains from Yiwu to Lisbon, which is the longest railway line of almost about 11,000 kilometers, surpassing the earliest, longest railway line, which was running from Moscow to Vladivostok, and total traversity of almost 9,300 kilometers. So the point which I'm only trying to say is, More has a huge potential. And this, I'm saying, again, by a way of acronym. More offers reach, energy, and hope. Reach in the sense that you can connect to almost more than 50% of the world, right from Tokyo to London, or into any other countries there. And what happens is, energy, it is the people who are here itself, they're full of energy. And that just needs to be tapped, it just needs to be guided. And that is where the Manipur is future ready for takeoff. And hope, everybody lives on hope. Tomorrow we design only for hope. Why are we working today? Why are we talking today? We are only talking because we are full of hope, we are full and of positivity, we are full of sanguinity. And that is why I always say that, you see, basically the More as such will be a game changer for the entire region and for the entire South Asian nations itself. Because this way we will be able to go very, very far in taking forward economically, socially, and even politically also. Because if the border, which is a border town itself, if border progresses, it leads to border stabilization. And when borders stabilize, all other evils become a thing of the past. And that is where our aim should be. In fact, what happens is, if we today look at the Indo-Nepal border, or even if you look at the Indo-Bhutan border, what happens is Bhutan is very, very prosperous because there's a strong linkage of the economy. Their water power is basically giving them a very, very high per capita income. So the borders are stable there. And for the trade is the only one of the methods to bring about peace and prosperity to all the inhabitants who are living in the border areas. So this is what I just wanted to say. And I hope I have lived up to your expectation of being dot on time, because this is what I was mandated by him. So if there's any other questions, I'll be happy to take them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharawat. 6 months ago when I was here presenting a presentation on the Act East policy, I had a slide which says seamless Shanghai Expressway. I think More, the acronym which you have said, is also appropriate. Well, Shanghai, the dancing deer, which is the noble animal of this beautiful state. So seamless Shanghai Expressway. I think we have some time for question answers. If anybody has questions for the panelists, you could just raise your hands and perhaps. Yes, please. Do you have a mic there? Can the person be given a mic, please?
Hello?
Okay.
Sir, my name
Please direct a question at a particular panelist.
okay, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, my name is Tum, and I'm from National Security Studies Department, Manipur University, and my question is to Mr. Kudir Chirawat. And the question is, sir, there's illegal contraband that still flows across the border at More, despite its closure during the pandemic. And there are two good reasons for reopening the ICT. So first, the COVID pandemic is over now, and secondly, because so much has already been invested by the government of India towards constructing the ICT. So don't you think that all available signals suggest that we reopen the ICT at More at the earliest so that the contraband can be turned into legitimate commerce, so that it's beneficial to the government of India and the government of Manipur?
Very briefly, Pat.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very vital question. Incidentally, you'll be happy to know the government is totally, fully prepared to open the ICP. In fact, we are eagerly looking forward to that occasion for the simple reason because that we don't want the machinery and equipments to be rusted there. In fact, I had the pleasure of being there day for yesterday itself. It was painful to see that the things have not been put to use for 2 years. And 2 years is a very, very long time for any of the infrastructure projects. But the only thing is, what happens is, the trade has to flow. And that trade flow will take some time. And what happens is, that one of the basic reasons is this FMR, trade which is right now taking place. The only thing which should be done is that the FMR trade may be allowed for whatever reasons it is, but it should be basically routed through the ICP, so that what happens is at least it gets generalized, it gets formalized, and people know what is to be done, etc. etc. It will be in a great way. We are very ready to open it, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Direct your question at a particular panelist.
Okay, to Mr. Ice KJL, my questions. Transborder ethnicity problems. Yeah. Sir, I have heard that Indian government stand on Rohingya migrants. So obviously, is it one of the major obstacles to the land settlement fighting of those migrant people of Myanmar to Manipur, India? Why India government is standing on the migrations of the Rohingya migrants in India?
Ambassador, would you like to answer this question?
Yes, I am from Thomas Singh, Yaripur University College, Yaripur.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can't give a straight answer to that question. India has always been a very hospitable country for refugees fleeing political persecution historically. In fact, you all know the case of the Tamils. Before that, you have the case of the Tibetans. From Myanmar itself, during the time of the student agitations, the pro-democracy agitations, and even now in Mizoram, we have a very large number of refugees. Obviously, it is only internal security considerations that must be or can be the reason for a kind of more restrictive policies towards refugees. I am no longer in government, so I'm not in a position to speak for the government. This question should really probably be ideally addressed to sort of government spokespersons.
Mr. Jain, would you like to any other question, please?
Hello?
Yes.
A very good morning, sir.
Yeah.
And
Please train your question at a particular panelist if you can.
Yes.
Otherwise, I have to direct.
Sir, I would like to ask a question to Mr. I.C. Jain.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sir, my question is regarding the bordering state with the state of Myanmar. Sir, as you all know that India has 5,200 kilometers of bordering space with the neighboring countries, with China, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Burma. So regarding Burma and Myanmar, Sir, so we can see that over the past 75 years, the security situation and economic growth on either of these borders could not have been more different. And today, both sides are distinctly different nations. Sir, I want to ask is that, in your opinion, won't a boundary fence be justified on these grounds in this 2022 current year? If yes, then why should we not resolutely go ahead with a fence that could or should resolve many problems that are associated with a common border with the state?
Okay,
I can only cite the example of US and Mexico. The Americans have tried their best to build wall. I don't think it solved their problem yet. So I don't think building boundary wall only can solve the problem unless you have severe problems which cannot be managed by the security forces. Like in case of Pakistan on the J&K side, we had to do that. We had to do a lot of fencing on Punjab and other borders. We had to do fencing because the challenges were very, very severe. I think with our security forces here, I mean, there's so many of them here, you might be interacting with them in future also, maybe they can explain to you better. But my general sense is that we are able to manage it reasonably well on this border. And if the challenge becomes too much, which cannot be controlled by the measures which are being done now, then maybe Government of India will think, because there is also an economic issue to it, right? You spend so much of money and then whether it pays back in that sense or not, that whole question also is there. But overall, I think Myanmar as a country is not a security challenge for India. There is no state-sponsored terrorism against India from Myanmar. It is a friendly state. People are generally friendly. There are, of course, elements who exploit certain things and do some harm to us. But then overall, it's not such a dangerous place for us. So I don't think at this stage, thinking from all aspects, from economic aspects, from whether you can manage the security, from people-to-people relations, and future economic sort of potential that we have, at this stage, I don't think it is justified. Thank you.
As if I may add to that, well, actually I'm very gingerly stepped onto the shoes of the person who should have been chairing this session, General Arun Sani. He and I wrote an article in the Indian Express a couple of months ago called Engaging Myanmar, and ACT's policy, like what Mr. Jain said, is very important. So we cannot talk about walls, we actually talk about how this can become an active conduit to what the DG said earlier in the day, all the way to the Indo-Pacific. So I think walls perhaps may not be the right answer, and we have to think of other novel methods. Any other question, please? I think I see a hand there. Yes, please.
Hello.
Good morning, sir.
So what is the role of India government to prevent the illegal migrant influx to our Manipur through Myanmar? And sir, if nowadays there is many problems about the influx of the migrants from Myanmar, and if these migrants cannot be prevented in near future, and what will be the problem that we may face in our Manipur? Thank you, sir.
Talking about migrants from Manipur.
I think Mr. Jain already kind of answered that question in the sense that these are not likely to be permanent migrants. They are people who are fleeing disturbance, instability, insecurity in their own countries. They should be seen as people who are taking temporary shelter or refuge. They have not applied for citizenship in any way. I think these are more circumstantially driven than the typical case of the migrant, which is an economic migrant. I think that we have to make a very clear distinction between people who are displaced because of conditions of insecurity and instability, and the whole idea of refugee status. Refugee status is a very, very different thing. And there is a long space, there's a big space between that, where basically you have to deal at a humanitarian level when people are in trouble. Indians have been, have been beneficiaries of this elsewhere. And actually, I mentioned about Tibet and I mentioned about Myanmar, but Bangladesh, at the time of Bangladesh's liberation, India received close to 10 million refugees and was able to shoulder them practically without any international assistance. And today we see in Mizoram that the people of Mizoram, actually with very little assistance from the center, their civil society groups have come out and extended that kind of support. And contrast this, just contrast this with the situation of the Rohingyas in the refugee camps in Bangladesh, in Cox's Bazar refugee camps. So here you have, close to 1 million Rohingya refugees in these camps. They hardly have any kind of education, simply no livelihoods, no jobs. They cannot be integrated into the economy because it's too large a population. Bangladesh cannot shoulder the burden. They are not getting much international assistance in the process of doing that. And what you have inside the displaced camps, IDP camps or the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar is a very serious internal security and law and order issue in a very big way. So the question of migrants should be separated from those who are fleeing persecution or fleeing insecurity. And they have to be dealt with in a humanitarian spirit and in a humanitarian way. And I think, the government of India and Mizoram are doing a job in this.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there is, of course, a security concern which has to be taken on board, When the Rohingyas have entered the state of Assam, Manipur and others, we feel that in this particular, atmospheric of the day, there could be, a component which has links with the global Salafi movement, And the Rohingya groups have made a way all the way to Jammu Kashmir as well. So I think the government of the day is seized of these concerns as well when what Ambassador Mukhopadhyay speaks about the humanitarian aspect of dealing with the refugees or the IDPs. So that is one. Please, I'm really amazed at the amount of questions which has come from the students. Please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, sir, my name is Anton Johnson. My question is to Sir Shirawan. So, my question is that as a bordering country of Myanmar, like Manipur is important for like against policy also. So, sir, as a bordering country, I would like to say like border pillar 81 of Indo-Myanmar border pillar 81 is reported by the Ternopil DC in 2018 that shifted to Indian territory around 3 kilometers. So as Indian government have not yet taken any necessary action, like even India-Pakistan border and India-China border, like Sikkim, they have took a lot of initiatives and actions in these areas. But in Manipur and Myanmar border, like India-Myanmar border, border pillar 81, they have India government have not taken any necessary action. So what would you say to this situation, sir? My question. Thank you.
Mr. Sarawat, please. Well, he has actually directed this question to you. Would you like to sort of respond? Otherwise, I'll request either of the panelists. He's talking about a particular border pillar.
See, what happens is you are mentioning about the border pillar. See, what happens is demarcation of border pillar definitely is an important issue and it should be done at the earliest possible. In fact, on this border, we have just, I think, 2 border pillars which are not really resolved so far, in spite of so many meetings which we have had with the Burmese authorities. And I see no reason, given our intent to settle our borders with all our neighbors, as we have successfully done with Bangladesh. I think moment things settle down in Burma, I think this will be resolved at the earliest possible. I see every reason that it will be done. Anything else which I can say for this?
I think, does it answer your question?
May I ask this question? 10 minutes. We are talking about all the optimistic views of your trade, economy, and big gate of boat, but this is a flood gate. All the influx are coming. For example, this is danger to the due to this demographic change in Manipur. See, not a single indigenous people are living in More. They are squeezed, and all these places have been occupied by those outsiders. This is practical view. Now, for example, 41%, one time 70-80% Maitais, we are only 41% minority. We are happy that we are getting lot of facilities. What facilities? We are losing our MLAs. Like this is a floodgate for all these influx. All are coming. Not a single indigenous people are living there. Day by day it is reduced. Within these about 10 years, most of these indigenous people are squeezing at the center. For example, when I was a member of Human Rights Commission, all these influx people coming, 832 of them coming. So I checked there, but only 300 by the police. Then difference is too much. So when I went there, only 4 of them were available in More Bazaar. And when we checked, they have gone back, but earmarked more than thousands of square meters, so many places, about 20-30 acres of land was earmarked for them. So this influx of them is not checking. This demographic change is so dangerous, so this gate will be the floodgate of all those outsiders coming. We have heard about these Rohingyas coming, then Myanmar is coming. Now also 30,000 of them are refugees. They are somewhere in Mizoram. Then so many policies keep changing, and in the bargain, we are losing our identity. So demographic change is more important than this economic development, then trade, and all these optimistic views are with the India government. But indigenous people are suffering, and for that, of course, for your physical study, when I was army officer, I was secretary of this army organization. Now also I am president of Purva Sainik Seva Parishad in Manipur. I just went to Chandigarh for my heart treatment. So I am going back again in November. So I am not feeling that well. But thinking that it is one of the most important day for me. Because when I was in the army in 1976, 19 October, my parachute failed to open. So I landed, I was just dropping on the parachute of Surdar Pritam Singh from Himachal. So both of them came together on single parachute. And I opened my reserve and said, I had 3 ribs fractured.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is
a very,
this optimistic day, and I am presenting you one small book just to, this is the same day my parachute didn't open.
The observation is very well taken, sir, but the Honorable Chief Minister has just arrived. So your comments and observations are extremely well taken, sir. So we'll have to sort of conclude now because the Honorable Chief Minister has arrived, I've been informed. And I thank you once again for this extremely wonderful session and particularly the questions from the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us on this very relevant topic. I'm sure the audience is much wiser due to the views that you all have shared from your deep insight and experience. Thank you indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly remain seated as we await the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri N. Biren Singh, Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur. On behalf of Director General Assam Rifles, Lieutenant General P.C. Nair, AVSM, YSM, I welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur to the Northeast Seminar 2022 with the theme, Future Ready Manipur, Looking Beyond Ethnicity and Insurgency, jointly organized by Assam Rifles and Manipur University. The Northeast Seminar is an initiative of Assam Rifles to exchange ideas, views, and share the perspective of diverse stakeholders in the region. It is a platform to discuss the complex issues faced by the people of Manipur. The initiative was undertaken in accordance with the Memorandum of Understanding signed by Manipur University and Assam Rifles for restoring peace and ushering in prosperity to the state of Manipur. We are deeply honored that the Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur has consented to be the chief guest today. Shri N. Biren Singh is among the most dynamic chief ministers in the country today. He has represented the Hangang Assembly constituency since 2002. Shri N. Biren Singh became the chief minister in 2017 and was elected for a second term earlier this year. Under his leadership, the state of Manipur has catapulted to national limelight for many creditable achievements. The government of Manipur is today truly representative of the aspirations of the people due to the numerous innovative schemes that have been rolled out by his administration. In 2018, he introduced the first state-level ginger festival in Parbang in Farzol district, one of the most backward parts of the state. Since then, the ginger producer farmers in the district have been sold throughout the year. On being elected in March this year, the Chief Minister conceived and implemented a 100-day plan for citizen-centric governance. The main focus was to make Manipur into a drug-free state, to direct the youth and citizen of the state towards a healthy way of life. In September last year, the Chief Minister launched the Go to Hills 2.0 campaign, an out-of-the-box approach to governance that aims to ensure that people in remote places avail benefits of various welfare schemes at their doorsteps. These are but just a few of the various measures that our Chief Minister is associated with, that demonstrate his common touch and a sincere heart for the genuine good of each Manipuri. Indeed, he can mingle with the high and mighty and the common man with equal ease with his characteristic charm. Whether it is while wearing a Naga headdress or dribbling with a football, our Chief Minister can lead like no other. We thank you indeed for being such an inspiration to each one of us present here. May I now request Shri N. Biren Singh, Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, to deliver the special address, sir.
Kurumjari, Namaste, good morning. Lieutenant General P.C. Nair, ABSM, YSM, Director General Assam Rifles, distinguished panelists, esteemed guests from various sections of society in Manipur, especially our Marapaivis and civil society organization and students, friends from the media fraternity, officials of the state government, members of security forces, young bright minds from various schools, colleges, and Manipur University present here today. Today's theme is very interesting, and this is the themes which the state government also looking forward. I'm indeed proud to deliver the special address of this seminar to such an august gathering. Each one of us present here today is an important stakeholder to synergize the hard work and the effort of societies, government, law enforcement agencies, the business community, and the youth in order to realize the aspiration that the youth of Manipur sitting in such large number here with us are fulfilled. It is an wondrous sitting in such large numbers here with us. It is an, to Manipur, largely known by the other state and other peoples, is one of the troubled state earlier. We also feel Assam when we go outside the state, when we met with the colleagues and the friends. What happened? What is happening in Manipur? Delhi, killings, bans, blockade, this and that. We want to visit Manipur, but we are afraid of our safety. These were some questions raised by various friends from in the outside. So our government's commitment was to bring peace and a ban-free, blockade-free state. When, after becoming a chief minister in 2017, my priority was to fill up the gap between the hill and the valley, between the various community. That is the reason why the government took off, as the madam mentioned, just go to hills and go to village. Why? Interactions and meetings face to face with the peoples were the need of the hours. Everyone advised me, नहीं, तुम मत जाओ, हिल में मत जाओ, वो मत जाओ, ये किया था, वो किया था. I said, देखो, मिलने के बाद, after interaction and after meetings, we can exchange that, what they thought and what I am having, what the state government want to do and what they are thinking. So that was the beginning point. Go to hills, going throughout the hill district headquarters, meeting with the civil societies, meeting with the elders, meeting with the church leaders, interacting with them, knowing their grievances. Then after, I started, go to village. Go to hills means to know the grievances, the problems facing by the peoples, mainly the hill peoples. Then after knowing details of their grievances and problems, then we launched, the state government launched the Go to Village. Why? Go to Village, in the Go to Village mission, we take down all the government officials to the villages. And whatever the benefit which is to be provided to the beneficiaries, we are taken down to the spot at the village. We are camping 6 days, 7 days. All government officials will be there. Everything will be get there, even for the health card. One person, one villager need not go to the office. He or she will get at the Go to Village camp. Doing these all things, we passed the last 5 years. And I am very grateful to all of you, mainly the Assam Rifles and the paramilitary forces, state police forces, took part in connecting between government and the peoples. That is the reason why Now, in the last 5.5 years, Manipur will have a peaceful coexisting situation here. The foundation of social stability, economic growth, and the governance that we lay today will become the pedestal on which the youth can take Manipur to greater height in the future. Taking the advantage of today's seminar, I want to appeal to the security personnel as well as to my peoples also. The mindset, India is changing, world is changing, Manipur is changing. The mindset of our security personnel also has to change. The peoples of the state also should change. We are not enemies. We are not enemies. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi जी का सुनिए, देखिए, सबके साथ, सबके विकास, सबके विश्वास and सबके प्रयास. He lacked nothing, no one. सबको, भारत का जितना है, भारतवासी लोग जो है, इसमें he never differentiate, tribal हो, हिंदू हो, मुस्लिम हो, क्रिश्चियन हो, जो भी हो, सबको साथ लेके जा रहा है. तो that is the reason why आर्मी लोग और असम राइफल लोग में जो इंसर्जेंसी पिक टाइम पे जो द व्यू जो देख रहा था हम लोग को, जो मणिपुरी लोग को या नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न लोग को इंसर्जेंसी की सब डाउट माइंड से देख रहा था, उसको अभी हटाना चाहिए. साइड हट गया. That is the reason why today's seminar is taking place. और पब्लिक लोग ने भी असम राइफल्स को या आर्मी को देखने से या हम लोग को टॉर्चर करने के आ रहा है ना, हम लोग को पकड़ने के लिए आ रहा है क्या, हम लोग को कुछ करने के लिए आया, नो, वो माइंडसेट अभी निकलना चाहिए. आर्मी असम राइफल यहाँ पे है टू सेव द नेशन, टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीपल ऑफ द इंडिया, द पीपल ऑफ मणिपुर. हम लोग के लिए यहाँ आ रहा है, देश के लिए यहाँ आ रहा है. तो that kind of mindset, both army, Assam Rifle has to change their mindset also. Our people should also have changed their mindset. So abhi, to assist us in this process, we have the finest mind in their respective domain who are here to illuminate the path ahead of us. Is one of the panelists amongst us. Here is a practitioner with decades of experience, and we stand to gain immensely from their sagacious counsel. Such seminars are truly indicative of the vision of the Assam Rifles as a responsible stakeholder in the state. Through its relentless effort to bring peace in the state, the force has stabilized the security environment to a verge where we can now spend less time and efforts on security and pay more focus on the development of our people. When the momentous decision to remove Armed Forces Special Power Act from 9 police stations of the state was taken earlier this year, my decision making was much facilitated by the steep decrease in violence level in the state over the past decade, especially since 2015, the conduct of free and fair state assembly election in 2022 were another landmark achievement in confirming the peaceful security environment and the rule of law in the state. The government has successfully rolled out numerous outreach programs to make governance ease the citizen when and where they need it. I can say with immense pride that a major credit for each of these achievements should go to the Director General Assam Rifles and the IJR South. It was not easy for them considering that they have brought this about paying the price in blood and sweat over the past 4 decades, and that they have the gratitude of the people of Manipur for their service. So it is indeed heartening to see that after having enabled us to get to this point, the Assam Rifle has the vision and the commitment to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Manipur University for conduct of events such as this seminar, where people from all walks of life can brainstorm ideas for a prosperous and a peaceful future for Manipur. Here, I want to remind one point again. Our DG is here. Just vacationed Assam Rifle from the campus of the Manipur University. It is a long due demand. So I think you will do it surely. And all the required infrastructure and money has been provided from the state government. And during your visit, please kindly visit to the Manipur University campus, and I will be very grateful if you kindly arrange it to see the things. Huh? The topic and the sub-themes for today's seminar are indeed very carefully worded, as I told you, I mentioned before, and thought out. Manipur's past has been a case of lost opportunities on the economic and the social field, both due to ethnic polarization and due to scourge of insurgency. Still, I'm very much, happy to learn about the themes. What? Ethnic polarization. It is a continuing process in Manipur. Not only in Manipur, it is being in many parts of the nation, many part of the Northeast, but particularly in Manipur, it has become like a, daily routine works. So I also already appealed to the people of the state. We should overcome, we should forget about the ethnic line-based politics. Then only Manipur can march ahead. Then only India can march ahead. I say ethnic, मेरा हम कुकी का क्या करना है, हम मैतेई का क्या करना है, हम पांगल का क्या करना है, हम नागा का क्या करना है. That is the main reason why we could not be able to achieve and progress further. Sigi posim ऐसे कोई mission सी आओ बनी ना. मसीगी पोत ethnic class से करीदगी लाइन होगा ethnic concentrate होगा mentality सिंग तो गिने. And मसी से मैं कोई ना overcome तो बुंगा मगदी. कोई मणिपुर दी full of talent, full of resource. कोई बात नहीं कोई दा. अदुना Manipur's passage to the future will require shifting to a higher gear, handling micro identities and sub-nationalities not only requires politically dexterity, but more importantly, a greater measures of integration within the state and beyond. As I mentioned, the Go to Hills outreach program has been an unqualified success. Doorstep of the hill peoples. It is due to initiative such as this that there has not been a single economic blockade in the state for the past 5 years. Since the 4-month-long blockade before the election of 2017, before our government comes, the slew of infrastructure projects being executed, both road and rail, are indicative of the resolve of the nation in this direction. You can see through my website, through the state government website, how many development projects, schemes has been taken up in the part of the hills. during the last 4 years. You can find. That is the changes taken place due to the peaceful mind of state in the state. The stimulus to Manipur economy in today's globalized environment will come from international trade through the More-Tamu road. A lot has been done to bring counterfeit trade over ground and convert what has hitherto been legitimate but pretty border trade into more meaningful commerce. Regarding this, I also, in different occasions, I discussed with the IGR South to allow at least some business with Myanmar, but due to the prevailing situation in Myanmar, we are not able to do so. But when the normalization comes in the neighboring country, Myanmar, this kind of business can be started again. But we have already opened our gate, number one, but Myanmar is not allowing us to do the same. So, Sigi, si my am the clearance, business masa tawbugi koina hangto urabani. Akoi gidi gate ani lebedi mang the gate ama hanga tawrasi aina order box urabani. Already Home Minister Ministry has already instructed us to open the gate. But adu koina adu hanga kanda Myanmar rom da gi moina leiba situation da koi gi mi sang but ngai ti na tawbuda gi thinga leibani. Chishima. Aduna a lot is dependent on Myanmar, which is why it is imperative that we analyze and seek solution to the conundrum Myanmar poses to the future of Manipur. Myanmar is the land bridge for Northeast India to the Bay of Bengal, Andaman, and the Indian Ocean, and is also a country India needs. On its side is the competition rise with China. Myanmar certainly enjoys huge business investment from China, and thus there is need to review and reanalyze our approach to maintain our historic relation with the people and the polity of Myanmar. Taking the advantage of today's seminars, I also would like to inform to the people of the state that now only Assam Rifle is looking our borders. But our border with the Myanmar is around 398 kilometers, unguarded. Only we are depending on Assam Rifle. Now, after my request to the Honorable Union Home Minister has accepted and conveyed to open 34 police outposts along with the border of the Myanmar, and it will definitely have in tackling with the illegal drugs or illegal immigrants or whatever the illegal arms trade, and it will also have to the Assam Rifles. The government has thus rightfully given a huge push for development of Northeast to fulfill its vision, and it is the responsibility of all stakeholders in this region to grab this opportunity and transform Northeast from its earlier state of neglect and isolation into an economically and socially vibrant region. Civil society in Manipur is most vibrant, and its energies are devoted to the upliftment and the amelioration of its people. Marapaibis are a shining example of women's empowerment as a cause they take up always enough in decisive action and favorable outcomes. Before I conclude, I would like to speak to the cross-section of youth of Manipur seated in the audience. It is indeed heartening to see a vast canvas of the youth, the people who are our tomorrow. I think you are the one who are going to shape the vision for future. Being the future of the country, the onus lies on you to act as ambassador of development, and I implore you to contribute in this process by spreading knowledge you have gained today on the subject in the seminar. Sometimes the need is not so much for language translator as for cultural translators to interpret one people to another. I am sure that you all will fulfill this honorious role in bringing many features that exist in our society. I am sanguine that this seminar will give you all an in-depth insight to gain a fresh perspective of the challenges that confront us. I am sure that we will find solution to some of them during our discussion today. In the end, I again thank Lieutenant General Percy Nair, Director General Assam Rifles, for inviting me to speak at this seminar and providing me an opportunity to interact with you all. Such endeavors will definitely go a long way in paving the way for development of Manipur as well as the entire Northeast and in turn the holistic development of the entire country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I request the Director General Assam Rifle to please felicitate our Chief Minister. Thank you very much, sir. So kind of you. Thank you very much. I would now request the chief guest and the panelists to proceed to the VIP foyer to your left for a group photograph. Rest of the audience are kindly requested to remain seated. We'll just wait for the Chief Minister to move to the left. Please, I'll request just remain seated for 2 minutes. Let the Chief Minister cut across and go that side, and then we can all proceed for tea. I'll be grateful. Thank you. Dr. Alex completed his Masters from Leeds University and PhD from the School of Politics and International Studies. He has been teaching in Leeds University since 2015. He has a deep interest in the study of insurgency and counter-insurgency, developing novel and non-traditional analytical frameworks for understanding the complex politics of how insurgents and counter-insurgents grapple with the environments in which they operate, with focus on India and South Asia. He was a visiting fellow at the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, that is the IDSA in New Delhi in 2016, and the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TIS, in Guwahati. Dr. Alex completed his doctorate in November 2018, the thesis titled Managing Insurgency, Counter-Insurgency and Order Negotiation in Northeast India, utilizing the concept of order to open up the nuanced politics of counter-insurgency and insurgency that are frequently missed out in conventional theoretical approaches. He drew upon novel empirical data from the Assam and Naga case studies in Northeast India based on 5 months of fieldwork in India, duly affiliated with the IDSA and TIS. In November 2018, the thesis was awarded Political and International Studies, that is the Polis Research Excellence Recognition. He is an associate editor for Civil War Journal and a research consultant for the International Institute for Strategic Studies, IISS, and Armed Conflict Database ACD program, covering conflicts in Northeast India and Kashmir. He shall today be speaking to us on the topic, Impact of Naga Peace Process on Manipur. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Alex Waterman. Dr. Alex, you may please start.
Thank you so much for the very kind introduction. I will just share my screen and then we will proceed. So, good morning from the United Kingdom. It is truly a pleasure to speak at this annual Assam Rifles Northeast Seminar. And with that in mind, I'd like to begin with some thanks. So I would like to firstly thank the Director General Assam Rifles for very kindly extending this invitation. I would like to thank Colonel Kanot, Lieutenant Colonel Anjali, Lieutenant Colonel Raghavendra for supporting me and enabling my virtual presence with you all today. I'd also like to thank fellow panelists and contributors today for what has no doubt been an excellent session, and to the Right Honourable Chief Minister of Manipur for what was no doubt a very enlightening address as well. I would like in particular to thank Mr. Jaideep Saikia for his part in my being here today. Jaideep was one of the very first to welcome me when I first arrived in Northeast India as a PhD student in 2016. For one of the most foremost experts on conflict and security in India to very graciously and kindly recommend my participation in this meeting, I'm very humbled indeed. I was invited today to share my perspectives on the impact of the Indo-Naga peace process on Manipur, and I hope that I'm able to contribute something fruitful to the discussions that you go on to have today. I'm very humbled to take part in this very important seminar with the positive objective of finding real, tangible solutions to take us beyond insurgency and to harness the potential for development in this culturally rich and wonderful state. The structure of my talk today then will be as follows. I will begin by visualizing the impact of the Indo-Naga ceasefire upon Manipur. I will continue with a brief historical overview of the years up to and following the signature of the Indo-Naga ceasefire, drawing on my research into this area. I'll invite the audience to reflect on the Indo-Naga ceasefire not as a form of stasis, deadlock or frozen conflict, but as a dynamically evolving phenomenon that has led to shifting ground realities over the course of the last 25 years. Far from locking in the relationship between the state and the NSC and IM, the ceasefire has opened up new spaces for negotiation, contestation and low-level conflict. And this, of course, has had a huge bearing on Manipur. I'll discuss the dynamics of the different pressures within the Indo-Naga peace process. So this includes the challenge of Greater Nagalim and its implications for questions of territoriality in Manipur. I'll highlight the significance of the incidents in 2001, in June 2001, and the impact that these developments had on the rules and imperatives of ceasefire. I will then analyse how these continued challenges have permeated into the post-framework agreement era, so post-2015. Despite the optimism following the framework agreement signature, the same challenges remain, from efforts to work out a special arrangement for the Nagas of Manipur to continued demands for one people, one nation from the NSC and IM. To finish, I will conclude with some thoughts, reflections, and even recommendations looking forward, and I will try to offer some indicators for further discussion that might be followed up in the seminar today. I would like to begin, if I may, with presenting a map that I think at least partly illustrates the impact of the Indo-Naga ceasefire and the peace process upon Manipur. Now, before I start, it is without a doubt that since the first Indo-Naga ceasefire was signed in 1997, violence has declined in a big way. And I by no means, by highlighting these dynamics here, by no means I wish to downplay the significance of this ceasefire. So this map draws on event data from the South Asia Terrorism Portal, as well as author-collected newswire data to map patterns of armed clashes, standoffs, camp raids between security forces and various ceasefire signatories from 2005 to 2019. Now, I collected these kind of this textual data and then geolocated these incidents to the nearest extent possible, either to village, police station or district level, according to what data was available. And I wanted to really highlight spatial patterns. As you can see on the right of the map, different Naga armed factions are also accounted for. This only accounts for when those groups were in ceasefire with the Indian government. So, for example, you will see NSC and Kaplang is represented on there. After 2015, I stopped plotting NSC and Kaplang related incidents because at this point it rescinded its ceasefire agreement. Now, what can we notice from the map? The majority of these incidents took place beyond Nagaland state itself. You can see that these incidents are for the most part clustered around the Dima Hasao area of Assam, the Tirap, Changlang and Longding areas of Arunachal Pradesh, and of course the hill areas of Manipur. And of course, this technically, in formal terms, the ceasefire does not apply beyond Nagaland. In my article published in International Peacekeeping Journal, titled Ceasefires and State Order Making in Naga Northeast India, I argue that these clusters, these patterns, reflect differences in the formal and informal rules of the Indo-Naga ceasefire. And I argue that these rules have evolved over time and changed according to local realities on the ground. You'll notice, of course, that while other armed groups tend to be confined to particular locations, the NSC and IM, its area of activity spans all of these areas. Indeed, its areas of operational activity reflect the social basis from which it draws. I'm thinking, for example, its core kind of areas in Ukhrul in Manipur, but also its efforts to expand and in doing so create local ground realities that consolidate its demand for Greater Nagalim at the negotiating table with New Delhi. You can see from the map that most of the dots in Manipur are, of course, the NSC and Isaac faction. Manipur is, of course, as we know, the NSC and IM stronghold, and is thus central to the group's ideological project for uniting the Nagas under one territorial roof. Now, this situation depicted on the map here really had its foundations in the pre-ceasefire period. So during the early to mid-1990s, when the first moves towards talks were being made between the government of India and the NSC and IM, violence intensified as both parties sought to shape the ground realities before a ceasefire came to being. The NSC and IM in particular expanded its recruitment and operations into Assam, for example, really trying to consolidate its demand for a Greater Nagalim. Now, on the ceasefire's conclusion in 1997, there were almost immediately differences in how the ceasefire was interpreted by different elements of the Indian state. As early as 1994, the Nagaland Legislative Assembly had called for integrating the Naga inhabited areas with Nagaland. A year later, Manipur's own Legislative Assembly adopted a resolution aimed at protecting the state's territorial integrity. When a ceasefire was clearly on the horizon in 1997, sort of spring 97, the Manipur Legislative Assembly twice re-ratified this resolution. When the ceasefire was announced to the Indian Parliament, it fairly vaguely alluded to insurgency in Nagaland state, while private directions from New Delhi to the Nagaland government said that the ceasefire was restricted to Nagaland only. Meanwhile, the government's interlocutor for talks, Swaraj Kaushal, said that wherever the NSC and IM are, we observe ceasefire. It covers Delhi and even Paris. So at this stage, the ceasefire lacked clear boundaries or red lines and was characterized by considerable ambiguity. With this ambiguity then, the early years of ceasefire were characterized by efforts to really rewrite the rules of the ceasefire. So the NSC and IM and its allies, for example, very much urged that the government acknowledge that the ceasefire covered all of the Naga areas. Meanwhile, the NSC and IM itself continued to expand its area of influence across the region. This was all about consolidating again the group's territorial influence in the hope that this then fed back up into the peace process with its demands for a Greater Nagalim. Then, of course, came the infamous Bangkok Agreement of June 2001, which stated that the ceasefire was without territorial limits. arguably a culmination of exploiting the ambiguity within the government's overall position at the time. And this culminated in the notorious and tragic events of June 2001, leading to unprecedented levels of violence, protests across Manipur. The sheer scale and intensity of this reaction compelled the government to withdraw the extension and define the ceasefire's limits as being limited technically to Nagaland. Now, of course, while the ceasefire's formal rules don't technically apply in Manipur, there is not a return to all out war. There are informal understandings that are in place. So, for example, the idea of designated camps. These exist within Nagaland, but in somewhere like Manipur, there is more of a process of taking note of particular camps. So in doing so, drawing on key kind of norms from the ceasefire to develop localized understandings. But at the same time, as you can see on the map, there is more of a pattern of armed competition in Manipur than in Nagaland, which reflects a continued security challenge. Indeed, the Manipur Hills have long been a space where multiple armed groups have operated. This includes an array of Naga and non-Naga groups, some with ceasefires, some opposed to talks. While the NSCNIM is the largest armed group and largest Naga armed group in Manipur, it is by no means the only one. Disunity and factionalism in the Naga conflict has long created problems for the Indo-Naga peace process. And we've seen this in recent years with the parallel talks going on with the NSCNIM on the one hand, and the members of the working committee, the 7-group working committee on the other. Now, this disunity also manifests within Manipur as well. The map that you see here and the list of armed groups is restricted to those groups in ceasefire with New Delhi. So not only have the NSCNIM and the Kaplang factions competed for influence in Manipur since their respective ceasefires and since the Kaplang faction withdrew from its ceasefire, but a host of other Naga armed factions have also emerged. Take, for example, the two factions of the Zeliangrong United Front, which have engaged in clashes with the NSCNIM. The Manipur Naga People's Front, on the other hand, was involved in the tragic November 2021 ambush on an Assam Rifles convoy in Churchandpur. So this militarized space also means that the number of clashes, standoffs and raids with ceasefire signatories are higher, as we see in the map. There are important variations within Manipur itself. In some areas, the ceasefire dynamic is a little more bilateral. Take, for example, the NSCNIM's kind of key base area of Ukhrul. In other areas, the patterns of control and conflict are more prone to shifts. There is more factional competition, and thus the likelihood of direct clashes and indirect conflict is higher. Manipur then has found itself at the heart of a tug of war between different political pressures and security imperatives. Navigating this requires a careful balancing act in which the peace process must very clearly be preserved, while at the same time it is imperative to preserve the security and territorial integrity of Manipur state itself. The signature of the framework agreement in 2015 brought about enormous fanfare and optimism. Public statements regularly opined that peace was just around the corner, that only minor issues, symbolic issues even, remained. Yet clearly the picture is a little more complicated than this, and numerous challenges and unresolved issues remain. While much of the public discourse focuses on the NSCNIM's demand for a flag and constitution, the challenges of territorial integrity and the disunity of the Naga factions remain as pertinent as ever. During 2018, for example, rumours suggested that the parties were nearing a compromise on the question of Greater Nagalim, in which special rights were to be granted to the Nagas on land and resources. Yet the idea of an autonomous territorial council again was met with resistance for fear that such a solution would, by the back door almost, sacrifice Manipur's territorial integrity. So there are therefore two key challenges that I identify posed by the Indo-Naga peace process for Manipur. Clearly, the peace process needs to be preserved, maintained and taken towards solution. The NSCNIM are looking for a way out, an honourable solution. So negotiations do need to give them enough to go back to their constituents and present that honourable solution. If this isn't attained, then we risk fragmentation and polarisation, undoing the progress and healing made in recent years across the region. At the same time, this must involve preserving the territorial integrity of Manipur, while protecting the security and dignity of all of its inhabitants. So that balancing act is really the main challenge faced in the process. Compounding this challenge is the array of stakeholders that the peace process needs to speak to. The process cannot run roughshod over Manipur's numerous non-Naga communities, and thus their interests and fears must be factored into the process, not just in terms of taking them into confidence with an already agreed agreement, but really factoring them into the dialogue itself. At the same time, we must recognise that the Indo-Naga peace process is not bilateral. The NSC and IM are not the only major Naga player. There are, of course, numerous armed groups. I mentioned the Working Committee earlier. We often refer to Naga civil society as though it is a unified entity when we discuss it, one actor among many. But this is not the case. You know, it's a constellation of actors in of itself, each with their own evolving positions, so that needs to be factored in as well. Lastly then, some recommendations. At a recent webinar titled Rebuilding Trust in the Indo-Naga Peace Process with Mr. Jaideep Saikia, former Home Secretary Mr. Gopal Pillai, and General Consul Himalay Singh, we identified a number of recommendations that we thought would help to rebuild trust in the Indo-Naga peace process and take us beyond the current impasse. And we subsequently put these together in a policy brief. Some of our recommendations have, I think, coincidentally already been implemented, such as a phased district-specific withdrawal of AFSPA, which has also ensured its retention in more strategically sensitive areas. I would like to conclude by elaborating on some of those points which pertain to Manipur, and I hope that these can offer something for the discussions that you will continue to have in the seminar today. So, firstly, the appointment of a new interlocutor, as was the case last year, and any confidence-building measures that accompany it in the negotiations should be seen as interventions into a delicate ecosystem of actors, not simply as part of a process to repair relations with the NSC and IM. With that in mind, the peace process should not be considered a bilateral one. We argue that the deadlock on the issues of flag and constitution in the Indo-Naga peace process are unlikely to be resolved until the question of autonomy in the Naga areas and the workings of a pan-Naga body are fleshed out in appropriate detail. One of the main points we recommended was to establish a task force to rework the Manipur Hill Areas Autonomous District Bill. The recent upheaval around amendments to this bill illustrates the challenges that will still be faced in this area. But solutions that preserve the territorial and political integrity of Manipur, while improving the developmental and cultural autonomy of the Nagas in the hill areas, will create opportunities to redress long-standing inequalities in land rights, create opportunities to equitably distribute power, and lay the basis for linking up provisions of the bill with an eventual Naga Autonomy Plus deal, while at the same time assuaging the concerns of the Manipur Valley. Now, it is unavoidable that major developments such as concessions, perhaps a final peace deal, they will attract publicity. With that in mind, it is important to make sure that this is prefaced by taking stakeholders into confidence. When something is usually announced, there is often a lot of fanfare, a lot of noise, including triumphant narratives from the negotiating parties claiming that their objectives have been met, and potentially political outcry from political flanks and hardline factions of armed groups, for example. So with this in mind, it is really important to resist pressures to secure a quick fix. Time, space, and sustained dialogue is vital to bring together stakeholders from across Manipur and Nagaland and elsewhere, to bring stakeholders into confidence and win buy-in to as broad a base as is possible. So if, for example, part of a deal, say a particular concession on an area is to be announced, then there would need to be considerable time taken beforehand to make sure that Manipuri society is made aware of the modalities of such an agreement, that their buy-in is secured, and that these assurances are given that these modalities will in no way harm Manipur's core interests. Political interests and the desire to capitalise on a peace accord, for example, should not run roughshod over this. At the same time, the government should not drag out negotiations excessively. A peace dividend has very clearly decreased the risk of all-out war. There have been 25 years of ceasefire, a phenomenal achievement. But future changes to the NSC and IM's leadership post-Moiva may risk a more belligerent position. NSC and IM remains a large, active organisation, very much able to shape ground-level law and order realities. And that, of course, has a continued bearing on the human security dimension in Manipur. Perceptions of a Cortilla-esque strategy of wearing out insurgencies over time ultimately undermine the spirit of goodwill and honourable solution. So I'll leave it there. Now, if you're interested in my work, please do reach out either via email, my email is presented here, or on Twitter. And I'm happy to link you to some of my publications on conflict in Northeast India and the Indo-Naga ceasefire. Thank you so much for your time. I really hope that you get a lot out of the rest of the day, and take care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex. That was indeed a refreshing expose on a very complex, pertinent, and current issue, and I'm sure we all have gained a lot from your talk. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence with the second plenary session. This session shall be chaired by Lieutenant General Dr. Konsam Himalay Singh, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddha Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Yuddha Seva Medal, retired. General Himalaya is the first officer from Northeast to reach the rank of Lieutenant General in the Indian Army, and the first military officer from Manipur to reach the ranks of Brigadier and Major General. He was the chairman of Manipur Public Service Commission and is currently a member of the Consultative Committee of Manipur Government on Naga Peace Talks, as well as a visiting faculty member of Manipur University. General Singh was commissioned into the 2nd Battalion of Rajput Regiment. He commanded the 27th Battalion of Rajput Regiment on the Siachen Glacier, and during the Battle of .577 in the Kargil War in 1999, for which he was awarded Yuddha Seva Medal. He later served as a battalion commander at his alma mater, the National Defence Academy. He also commanded 16 Corps at Jammu and Kashmir. I now request Lieutenant General Dr. Konsam Himalay Singh, retired, and the panel for the second session to come on stage and commence the session. Past versus future, shedding the historical baggage in Manipur.
Jai Hind, Kuram Jai. We have had a very, very long session of 4 hours so far. It's been a very, very exciting discussion in session 1, and we hope to carry through to session 2 also with our brilliant panelists on my left. At the outset, I must thank Director General Assam Rifles and all the organizers, including the staff of my department, National Security Studies Department of Manipur University. What a pleasure it is to be interacting with each one of you. Thank you very much. The topic of our discussion so far has been the future-ready Manipur. From what we heard in the last about 4 hours or so, is that Manipur is actually standing on a springboard to take the wings to the future. With all the potential and with all the energy that we have in the state. But are we actually ready? there are things which are dragging us down below. What are they? These are some of the issues which needs to be discussed in the next about hour and a half or so. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the past, we must remember the past. We must take good lessons from the past. Have we? That is the question. But when the past is used in a negative fashion, or we learn the wrong lessons from our past, then it becomes a baggage. It drags you down. Not only you, not only us, but our children. Future of our grandchildren will be pulled down. That is why this is so important to discuss openly. And I compliment the organizers for taking such a bold initiative in discussing this very issue. Otherwise, we are whispering here and there in some kitchen, in some classrooms, and amongst us. This is the importance of this event. But when we take the baggage, when we consider the past negatively and learn the wrong lesson of the past, then, and the past can be truth, sometimes constructed, sometimes imaginary, then it becomes a clash of ideas. Then it becomes a baggage. The past is useful if we learn the good lessons. And how do we know whether we learn the correct lessons or the wrong lessons? It is for our leaders, social leaders, academic leaders, who are supposed to give the way to our young minds sitting here and all those people who are stakeholders. So, ladies and gentlemen, in order to discuss these issues and more, we have such a wonderful team of panelists today. And none of them actually deserve to be introduced by me. But since it is a formality, I will attempt to do so. We shall cover in this in 3 sub-themes. The first sub-theme on the historical baggage in Manipur, understanding the past and challenges, and towards convergence of ideas, will be taken on by Mr. Pradeep Panjobam, my friend. Pradeep Panjobam does not require any introduction to this august body. He's been the founding editor of Imphal Free Press, and he runs a beautiful website, Art and Politics, which is, I think, one of the best in India now. I see it regularly, Mr. Pradeep, so I really enjoy that. So he will talk about the future convergence. And he's been one of the leading ideologues for many. The second sub-theme will be covered by Suvir Bhaumik on the future contours of counter-insurgency operations in Northeast India and in Manipur in particular. Suvir Bhaumik used to be a face along with Mark Tully of the BBC many years ago. He knows Manipur, he knows Bangladesh, he knows Myanmar at the back of his hand. He's a very well-known figure as far as journalism, and more importantly, I don't know how he gets to know all the secrets of state secrets at Calcutta, sitting in Calcutta. So I welcome Mr. Suvir Bhaumik. The third and the last speaker of our day is Honorable Education Minister, Mr. Basanta Singh. He needs no introduction again. He's been from St. Stephen's. He's represented his school, state in badminton and many other games. And he's an IPS officer retired. and we all know him and his credentials. I welcome you once again, Mr. Basanta. He is going to talk on unleashing the dreams, challenges to mainstreaming the potential of youth of Manipur. So without much ado, once again, please enjoy this session too, even though it is nearing lunchtime. And I will request each one of you to make full use of this session by asking questions at the end of the session. Please feel free. Please feel free to make use of 30 minutes of our discussions during question hour. And when you ask questions, please be specific, short, and pointedly to a particular panelist. And to the panelists, respected panelists, I'll request you all to restrict to your time of 20 minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the Director General of Assam Rifles for thinking me worthy to be here and face such an enlightened audience. And also thanks General Himalaya for that very generous introduction. I will go straight into the paper. I have a paper, the title, the theme given to me is Understanding the Past, Challenges to Achieve Socio-Political Convergence. And I rather like this topic. It's not too specific, that I don't have to be talking about any specific group or people. It's just a general kind of thing that you, understanding the past. What is the past? And I think that is a very intriguing kind of a question, and also a very large kind of subject. And I want to deal with it with a specific kind of a direction, because I'm asked to talk about the baggage, what in the past can become a baggage, what can be, and what else can be an asset. And I think, the past is really important because it does give you a sense of connection to the group that you belong to, your identity, as I said. But everything that there is in the past is not always something that you can hang on to. You hang on to that too long or too stubbornly, and then you can be left behind, because the world is changing, as so many people have said. And in that changing world, if you want to be just stuck in one area only, then you'll be left behind for sure. But we cannot also do away the past altogether. For instance, when you talk about identity, we can't be thinking in terms of passport numbers. My number is this, my number is that. That one sounds very much like a George Orwell nightmare, that you lose all your identity. You enjoy certain festivals, certain customs. Those things give meaning to life. You also have to keep them. So it's a very delicate kind of a balance, that you have to be ready to change, but also know what to change and what to keep as well. And I think that here there's a very beautiful kind of a statement made in a Broadway classic. I don't know if all of us have. There will be so many people aware, but then the play called The Fiddler on the Roof, where Topol, I would just refer to one line. He says, Topol, he was talking about this whole idea of tradition, and he was just walking around the street, if you've seen it, and describing the town that he belonged to, that all kinds of professions. There's a tailor there, there's a carpenter there. He was describing it, and in the end, it's a song actually. And in the end, he says, without tradition, we'll all be fiddlers on the roof. There's no place you can stand. I mean, you can't be steady at all. As I stated in the beginning, if you're just a number, my passport number is this, and that becomes my identity only. We become a fiddler on the roof. We don't have anything that we can hang on to. So it is necessary that we keep our past, but only keep those which are necessary. So I would suggest that it is true for the individual as much as it is true for the community or the nation. And somebody, in fact, has said this before about the nation. Somebody called Ernest Renan. He said it in the 19th century, end of the 19th century, in an essay called A Nation is a Daily Plebiscite. That you have an idea of a nation, you just hang on to that idea alone without changing. That is going to cause problem for you. So you have to strike the refresh button every now and then. For the individual, for the group, for the nation, everybody, every now and then we have to take stock of what we have in hand and then strike the refresh button. Refresh button so that you shed all the cache memory, I mean, to use a computer terminology, that you shed all the cache memory, all the archetypal that are burdening you, and then you start afresh without actually losing your past. You have a connection with the past, but you don't actually give it away. And I think that's the balance that we have to be looking for. And I would like to give examples of, not my idea, but from a book, 2 books, in fact, by a single author, somebody called Jared Diamond. He's written 2 books. One is called Guns, Germs, and Steel, a short history of everybody for the past 13,000 years. That's the first book. And the second book is called Collapse, How Societies Choose to Fall or Succeed. I will refer to the first book, The Guns, Germs, and Steel. Just 2 examples. He said how people who have hung on to the past stubbornly without changing have failed. And he gives example of the Chinese first. The Chinese apparently in the 15th century, in the 1400s, they were a maritime nation. They had developed very seafaring ships, and their ships were actually touching the African coast every now and then, very easily. And also apparently I read a recent article where they had actually reached the Indian coast as well for trading purposes. And what happened was, when this was happening, the Ming dynasty was in power. And the Ming dynasty, they got a little, they were insecure in the sense that, you have another class of mercantile class coming up, getting very influential, and they were afraid that they might overtake them in terms of influence, in terms of public imagination. So they banned the ship making and then also this overseas travel. And if that had not happened, because this was in the 1400s, and we know when Columbus reached America, they might have also touched America. And if that had gone on that way, the history that we know today could have been very, very different. Probably would have been very different. That's one example he gives, that you are stuck to the past and you're stuck with your own little world without actually thinking of exploring more. Then that can be very harmful for you in the long run. That can actually be a detriment to the progress of your own society. That's one example he gives. And the other example he gives is of Japan. Japan apparently they were always aware of this gunpowder, because China was nearby, China was already doing it. But they didn't use it, they didn't weaponize it. Spanish did it. And apparently the Japanese also came in contact with the Spaniards. In I have the date here, but about mid-15th century, they came in contact with the Spaniards, and they got to know the potential of gun as a weapon. So they started developing this. Then what happened was the shogun, one of the shoguns, name I've written down, but I don't think I can locate it. I don't want to waste time on that. But one of the shoguns, again, our tradition, we have this, samurai culture. We fight, we come into the open, and then even committing suicide is a ritual. All that is going. You come very, very unromantically. Somebody comes and shoots. It's not that dual combat that they romanticize so much. All those things were ending. So the shoguns actually discouraged guns, and gun making was not prohibited altogether, but it was completely discouraged. So what Jared Diamond says is, if Japan had actually gone for the gun at that time, then Commodore Perry would not have had it easy with just 4 ships to take over Japan in the 19th century. That kind of thing would not have happened. So what he's saying is that you have to be really ready for change, but also, as I said in the beginning, that we have to be ready for the kind of change that will help us, that will actually take us forward, and also not be stuck in the past. The past is a lesson, but it's not somewhere you want to live. But very often what happens is, there are so many people who want to actually go back to the past, thinking, probably because the present is failing. They want to go back to the past. They think that's a glorious period. They want to replicate it. And that actually, according to scholars like Jared Diamond, can be harmful for that particular society, for that particular nation. I think that is a caution that we also have to keep in mind. And here, let me just, and from the other book, this is from the Guns, Germs, and Steel. And from the other book called Collapse, How Societies Choose to Fail or Succeed. I just take 2 examples, a similar kind of example, how some societies have failed because they didn't want to leave the past. They just wanted to hang on to their customs without changing anything. One of them is the case of the Greenland Norse. Actually, the Vikings were, they were also seafaring people. They landed in Greenland. And in fact, they even touched the United States, but they didn't like it, so they went back to Greenland and stayed there. And they had a thriving society at the time. But what happened was they landed there, and they thought they were different people. The people who are already there are the Inuits, who we know as Eskimos, and they were being looked down upon because they eat seal, they catch walrus, that kind of thing. And so they came there, they started their sheep raiding, and then they brought their wheat and started cultivating those. And then they had this, they would go back to Europe every now and then to do the trade, and they would just completely neglect the local people. Then what happened was, in the medieval ages, 1500, 1400, apparently there was a period called the Little Ice Age. Some changes in the sun behavior. It actually cooled down the northern hemisphere quite a bit. So the sea froze, and they were not able to go to Europe back for their provisions and all that. And they were just stuck there, and they didn't make friends with the Eskimos. And in that cold period, they didn't have any food to eat because all their crops didn't work out, and their sheep was limited, and that was it. And in fact, some of the bones they found in those structures they built were people actually with indication that they were actually eating their pets and all that because they were so hungry, and all of them got wiped out. So this is one drastic example that happened if you're not willing to change, if you're not able to adapt to the new environment that you're in. So this is again a caution that we have to be ready for change, and the right kind of change, and that is for the entire intelligentsia, the entire collective wisdom of the people to actually decide what changes we want and what part of the past that we want to hang on to just keep so that we have a continuity. Not stuck in the past, but have a continuity. And the example that he gives is of the Easter Islands, where they were also apparently a thriving kind of people. You know, the Easter Islands where you have those big, huge statues, half-buried statues, but no people. Those statues didn't come on their own. Somebody must have built it. And they died because of a similar kind of thing that happened to the Greenland North. They were not ready to accommodate. In that case, it was climate change to some extent, and also their recklessness in felling trees. And they were a seafaring nation. They were building wooden boats to actually travel to other islands. Then what happened was they kept felling their trees, and then they didn't have anything more to build their boats. So when their boats exhausted, they didn't have any material to rebuild them, and that actually caused their disaster. So these kind of things happen if you're not careful about your present, and if you're too stuck with your own notion of the world without knowing what new challenges would be coming. And this is what I wanted to say in the first section. But let me just also, in this same thing, I don't know how much more time I have, but then there is another, of the past, how to deal with the past, how to deal with memory. There's a very nice essay by Sigmund Freud, the psychologist, and this is there for free at download on the internet. Anybody who wants to read it? It's called Mourning and Melancholia. I mean, we were talking about leaving the past, and he was also talking about, supposing you have a very big misfortune, you lose someone you love, how do you deal with that? And these essays became actually very important in the case of mass kind of tragedies. You have huge earthquake where so many people die, or you have the Holocaust where some maniacs kill people and then leave behind terrible memories. How do you shed those memories? This essay has been used by other scholars to actually describe those situations. And Freud is actually saying that he makes a distinction between mourning and melancholia. And mourning is about, you lose somebody or you have a big failure, but you face that problem, face that thing. Supposing it's a loss of a loved one, you face that problem, and then you say that it's a big loss. I will never forget you, but I have to live on. I have to leave. You're dead, I'm alive. I have to move on. The ability to say that is mourning. But in the case of melancholia is, no, what will I do? I'm finished. I cannot get up again. I better to die. That kind of thing. You're stuck in that idea of that tragedy. And in the end, the idea of the tragedy itself becomes some kind of a perverted narcissism, that you are actually reinforcing your own love for yourself in a very negative way, that you're stuck there. I'm miserable. why did it happen to me? God is so unkind. That kind of thing is not going to take you forward. So Freud is actually saying, if you make that distinction, the idea is to be able to mourn. We will all lose somebody. We will also all die. But then the idea to move on in spite of those tragedies is what is called for. That's what he says. And I think this is very, very essential for any society to actually move on. Because in any society, any individual or any nation will come to such, face such disaster or losses sometime or the other. And we have to be able to move on. There's one, in fact, it just comes to mind. There's a good movie, I don't know if we've seen this, Inception. It's a futuristic kind of thing. It's a similar thing. This man convinces his wife that if we die now, we'll have a better life in the next, that kind of thing. No? So the woman commits suicide, actually believes him and committed suicide. And this man was living with that guilt. And in the last scene, if you remember, those who have seen it, he confronts the ghost of that woman, says, I'm sorry, I made you do that. I didn't mean to do it, but you misread my message and you committed suicide. But I have to move on. I can't just hang on to that memory. So he shed that memory and then it came out. That kind of thing. I think that is also what is necessary. And another scholar has also put this beautifully, that we often tend to become prisoners of our own perspectives, that you have a certain perspective of things, and then you're just stuck there. You're not able to get out. So I think we have to break free of these prisons every now and then so that we can move on. This said, let me just come to my next section. This is about identity. I've been talking about identity, but a little deeper into the identity. I have spoken about this before also, that there is the mystique. So many people have said. In fact, Jared Diamond's own book, that Guns, Germs, and Steel. The first chapter is about why history is like an onion. And so many people have said why identity is like an onion. You want to find out what is in that identity, you start peeling it. In the end, there's nothing inside. What is it that makes identity? But together, that onion has an identity. But you want to try to dissect it, inside there is nothing, that kind of a thing. So I want to give another analogy. This is called, you can look it up on the internet also. It's called the ship of Theseus paradox. And this is, the Theseus is a Greek mythological hero who sailed from Athens. Athens was there, and then Crete Island, there was a monster called Minotaur. And Minotaur was actually terrifying everybody, oppressing everybody, human sacrifice and needed and all that. So Theseus sailed to Crete and he killed Minotaur in his ship. He comes back, everybody celebrates the killing of the Minotaur. And then what happens is, after that event, every year, they take the same ship that Theseus used to sail to Crete Island and celebrate. Every year they do that. But what happens is, as would happen to anything, every time they go, they come back, every year some part or the other becomes damaged, and they have to replace it. They keep building it. So after many, many, many years, the original ship doesn't have any original part anymore. The original parts have been rejected. You built it from new material altogether. But that ship is still called the ship of Theseus. Then this was actually first, the Greek philosophers were actually discussing this identity, and Plutarch was the one who compiled it properly. But later on, in the 19th century, there was another philosopher, English philosopher, Hobbes. He again pushed this idea further. Supposing there was also somebody else, he's collecting all the discarded parts from the original ship, and then he repairs them and starts building another ship. So you have two ships, one is built out of the discarded parts, and one is built out of new parts. And so when you have those two ships, which one is a real ship? Which one is a real ship of Theseus? That's the kind of thing he posed. So that, the identity thing is something we actually construct. We actually get to believe in. Otherwise, there's not, as I said, it's like the onion, there's nothing in it. So I think with this in mind, if we start addressing this problem, again, probably there'll be new perspectives coming in. That is one of the things that I wanted to float in this thing. And of course, there is a very beautiful been passaged by one astronomer, Carl Sagan, who is called the pale blue dot. I think a lot of people would have seen it. It's so lovely that he actually, the Voyager 1 of the American mission, NASA mission, it was just passing past Pluto, and it would not have been possible to see Earth anymore after that point. So he requested for the telescope to be turned around, camera to be turned around, face Earth and take a shot. And they took a shot, and Earth was there long in the distance, just one pixel of light there. And he compiled a poetry where this is that pixel of light is where everybody we have known, everybody we've seen, everybody we hated, we loved, every young lover, every old man, every evil guy, every dictator, all of them lived in that pixel. So you be humble. That's where it is. Then we go to war, one part of that pixel going to war with another part of the pixel and all that. So I think that kind of, we are capable of being aware of our own insignificance. And I think we have to also sometimes actually look at those, look at the world from that viewpoint, so as to realize that some of our passions and some of our obsessions are actually very, very insignificant. We make it big, but then they are actually very insignificant. And here, let me come to my next thing. It's about, there is another idea of, that every man actually dies 3 deaths in a lifetime. And this is again a beautiful thing. And recently what happened was by coincidence, when this thing came about, I was just browsing my internet. I came across an interview of Devanand when he was 80 years old. He was being interviewed by Simi Grewal. And he was also actually saying this thing about the 3 deaths. But the first thing, I will come to that. But he was actually saying that everybody will die. But so long as you remain creative and keep contributing, that's where you are. You're not dead. But the minute you stop doing that, you die. That kind of statement he made. So this actually brought back the idea of the 3 deaths. The first death is actually when you stop living. Now I have a job. No. Otherwise, no. You're always inquisitive. You want to explore. There's a sense of adventure in you. You want to create. You want to contribute. You want others interact with others. That's what living is about. It's not just being alive. So you can be alive or you can be living. As long as you're living, you have not died the first death. But the moment you stop doing that, they say that's the first death you experience, that you die the first death. That's when you give up. And sometimes, of course, you have to do it because you'll be incapable of doing it. You'll be in a wheelchair just waiting for death, or you're totally incapable of doing anything because of your physical ailments. That thing will come about sometime or the other, but before that also you can die. For some people it'll come early, some others it'll be a little late. So that first death happens there. And the second death is when you actually die, that your body metabolism stops, your blood pressure drops to 0, and then you don't respond to external stimuli. All that thing happens, and then you become a piece of meat that you have to be disposed of. You'll be burned or you'll be buried. That's the second death. And the third death is what is very interesting. And the third death is when somebody mentions your name for the last time. Oh, there was somebody like that. After that, you've forgotten. You even wiped off from memory. That's the third death, the final death. And the final death will depend on the length of that, the longevity of the third life, or before the third death. That length will depend on how you lived before your first death. If you've been contributing, let me just quickly run through, and then that's it. You have the third death where you actually are forgotten altogether. I remember my grandfather, my great-grandfather, maybe the great-great-grandfather I don't. So there'll be a point, even when the greatest man will be forgotten altogether. So that kind of humility, I think we have to be remembering. And let me just conclude with this final idea. 2 minutes. This is again the idea of empathy that is built on what I've been saying all the while. The cognitive revolution that came about, what made us totally distinct from the other life forms, is our ability to think abstract, is our ability to actually make fictions and believe in those fictions, or also create symbols and then give meaning to them. For instance, what I've been talking all this while, I'm just making sounds, but that sound makes meaning. When I say apple, that apple, we know what it is because we know English. There's a fruit called apple, but the sound and the apple doesn't have any meaning. we have just assigned a meaning to that thing. So it's a symbol. An animal cannot do that. They cannot say, make symbols. We can make symbols. We can also create, and also, while I'm explaining this apple, this whole concept of apple being a symbol, the word apple being a symbol, I have used so many other words. Those are all symbols. It doesn't have meaning, intrinsic meaning. We've only given meaning to those sounds. So we are capable of using very complex patterns or deliberately created patterns of symbols to convey meaning of what I'm saying. So the language actually evolved that way. And also this idea of creating fiction. We create fiction and we believe in them. We can actually say, for instance, so many things, that the idea of God. No, I can believe in the God, there being a God, that I will be not well in the next life if I commit sin this life. I can believe in those things. But if I try to explain that to my dog, you don't behave this life, you will be punished by God. He won't even understand, or she won't even understand. Or the concept of time. We are aware of time. Say, for instance, if I tell my dog, I'm giving you this pack of biscuit, you eat one a day, because tomorrow you again have to eat some more. He will not understand, because they don't have that ability to create fiction or believe in them. And let me end with this last line, and if there is a discussion coming up, maybe I can add some more. The idea of the nation itself, and here this Benedict Anderson has actually said it, that a nation is an imagined community. That we say, for instance, I am an Indian, somebody in Chennai is also Indian. We may never meet, I may never know him again, but we still can believe that in that fiction called a nation, and we live together and act together in some manner because we believe in certain norms and certain rules together. And that kind of thing is only humans are capable of. That's actually what took us beyond what the other animal world, because many of the other animals are much more powerful than us in terms of physical strength, in terms of the poison they can emit, but we still were able to overcome them because of this power of imagination, which we fortunately or unfortunately are the only ones gifted with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pradeep. You almost made me a philosopher. I said you almost made me a philosopher. You know, I was listening to Sadhguru yesterday, talking about life, death, and ego. Sadhguru said, if the insects of the world perishes tomorrow, the human species will last not more than 2 years. And if all the animals in the world on this planet disappears, will not even last more than 15 months. But he said, if all the humans perish, the world will grow, the trees will grow, the animals will enjoy, and we will not do any change. Nothing will change on this earth if all the human beings die. So I was just a reminder of that. Thank you, Pradeep. And I'm sure there will be many questions for you later. Subir, your topic, I'll request Subir Bhomik to take on the stage now. Thank you.
I would begin by thanking General Nair and his wonderful colleagues, because this is something that makes Assam Rifles a wonderful counter-insurgency and also a border guarding force. Let's not forget they guard the borders. And this is this whole idea of brainstorming. Brainstorming, public debates are a very essential part about how an armed force functions in a democracy. It is not an armed force like our neighboring country, Myanmar, where all the wisdom resides in the generals. Here, our generals believe that they have much to access from the larger society, and the society also believes that they must back up a wonderful professional army that we have, which we all Indians are extremely proud of. I will begin by actually talking about the heading here. Future ready Manipur. I don't believe Manipur is yet ready for the future. You have a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do in terms of creating physical, human resource and other forms of even intellectual infrastructure. So we are not yet future ready. I'm sorry because I'm a bit conservative and cautious by nature, and I don't believe in the culture of triumphalism which has overtaken our nation in the last few years. And you know what I'm hinting at. I'm basically cautious by nature, and this is something the BBC taught me, because the Englishman is a very cautious person. They don't get into this triumphalistic falana hai to mumkin hai kind of culture. And this is something I learned, and I had my arguments during my long BBC tenure. I'm not impressed by the color of somebody's skin. My maternal grandfather was a freedom fighter, old Bengal revolutionary. So the Englishman gets no quarter if he screws up. But I must admit that I learned certain things, and one of these is to be cautious, to double check, and to be a bit conservative, to be on the safe side. Now, let's begin with the good news. In the last 7 years, we have definitely had a sharp dip in insurgency-related incidents in the Northeast. And there is no doubt about that. The figures talk for itself. There's been an 80% dip in the number of civilian deaths in insurgency-related incidents from 2014 to 2021. These are Home Ministry figures. Death of security personnel has come down by 75%. In the year 2000, the year that people were talking about, Alex Waterman was talking about, 2000, 2021, something like 1900 incidents related to insurgency, come down to 162 in 2020. Very good. The reason for that, I would imagine, are three. One, of course, is the continuous operations of our security forces. Now, the job of the security forces are to soften these people, the people who challenge the nation state, but they cannot solve the final problem. The final problem has to be solved politically. Let's get that right, right? The security forces, their job is to bring those people to the table, which the forces have successfully done. The powerful Naga insurgents are on the table for the last 25 years, and one of the reasons they're not going back to the jungles is because they realize things may not work out hunky-dory for them. So much. So this is one of the reasons. The second reason is the general economic opportunity provided by the Indian nation state. So even if somebody goes up and says, oh, I'm Naga, you are Indian, भाई काम करने के लिए कहाँ जाना है? बेंगलोर जाना है ना, नौकरी यहाँ नहीं है, बेंगलोर में है, तो इंडिया में कहीं ना कहीं जाके नौकरी करना है. I went to a pub in Bangalore and I found that of the 11 people who were serving, 8 were from Manipur, some were Kukis, some were Nagas, and 1 or 2 Meiteis. Now back home they might be fighting, but their projections, we are from Manipur, we are from Northeast. This is the reality of India. The real strength that holds this country together is the mobile Indian middle class. They are the people who believe in India because they want a better deal. It's not just the capital, okay? They are the people like me, you know. Now my daughter, where does she go and work? There is no good job in Bengal. Courtesy Mamata Banerjee and her policy of shooing out the Tatars. So she has to go to Bangalore, she has to go to Hyderabad and work. And this is what keeps India together, you know, larger opportunity. And the third reason is, of course, the external environment. With the coming of Sheikh Hasina to power in Bangladesh, you know, when she said that before I go to Delhi, these chaps should be tied up and handed over to the Indians. Somebody told her, Appa, extradition treaty, forget it. Just go and hand them over to BSF or whichever force is there. But then that has happened. I exactly know how R.K. Megan was picked up in Mohammadpur, Dhaka and handed over, but he was shown as arrested in, you know, Bihar, and that's a different story. The fact is that India's external environment at the east has changed. Bhutan, there were operations all clear. Then Bangladesh. Myanmar has not delivered to the extent that some people think. And I have reservations. Once in a while, 22 people go pakad ke de diya and all that. But, you know, they have not, partly because they have larger problems. The Myanmar armed forces have larger problems. They've bitten more than they can chew. And they are clearly in a overstretched mode. And no military Even the strongest militaries of the world, the Wehrmacht in the Second World War, if you go into an overstretch mode, you are bound to fail. And today, the Myanmar armed forces are in an overstretch. We all know how it is. But these are the three reasons why the things have improved in Northeast. I must sound a warning. After 1975, this was the similar situation in Northeast. There was a dip in insurgency. Bangladesh had emerged from East Pakistan. The northeastern rebels were denied a foreign base area which they had used since 1950s. Mujibur Rahman was a friend of India. He said, throw these people out. And, there was Shillong Accord, divided the Naga movement. So this kind of a situation that we have experienced in the last 7 years also existed between 1975 and 1981-82, when things began to go wrong. The NSC and IM emerged out of the graveyard of Shillong Accord, and the Naga insurgency took on new wings. And of course, the Valley insurgencies, they also peaked at that point of time. The Ojas went to Tibet, came back trained with the Red Book, and then they unleashed the insurgency in the Valley, and we know, I don't want to go into that history. I'm just trying to sound a bit of warning, that the scene you have now, which may make people very triumphant, sab ho gaya hai, mumkin hai, and all that stuff, also existed between 1975 and 1982, when the insurgency dipped, but it again came back. So the warning is, unless you actually build on your achievements already done, you may risk a resurfacing of insurgencies, and in areas which you may not be calculating at the moment. So that's the sound of alarm or warning that I want to sound out right at the very beginning. Now, if I am asked to project some future scenarios, which I think is what these kind of seminars or these kind of brainstorming sessions are meant for, because you look into future. And that's why people like us would come here, who have followed this region for a long, long time. My journalistic career started at the very time when this Naga insurgency was resurfacing, when the ambush at Namthilok happened. 6 soldiers were killed by the 20-odd people were killed, and the Valley insurgency, the Ojas had come back, and, there were the encounters of Thekcham and Kandam Kopki, where Kunjo Bihari was killed. So, we have seen all this. We've seen these ups and downs, and therefore, suddenly some good news, some 5-6 years of statistics and things have dipped, does not make me terribly enthusiastic, for one very simple reason. Don't you ever forget that some of the strongest insurgent groups in this region are still around. The tigers are still around. Some of them are in chains perhaps because of ceasefire, which Alex Waterman was talking about. They are on the table. They have not fought. But do you realize that these Naga insurgents are still recruiting? They are still inducting weapons. The ceasefire started in 1997. When was Anthony Shimre, my good friend Ninkang, whom I have twice or thrice met in Bangkok, the chief's arms procurement man of Muiva, when was he arrested? Was he not arrested in Nepal in 2009? And what did we find? The kind of details that NIA got from him led to the extradition of a Thai national, Willie. His full name is long. And the entire plan of bringing a lot of weapons using the Bangladesh coast surfaced. So the point I'm trying to make here is, the tigers are there. So don't be too optimistic. They are on the table. They are not gone. And they are still recruiting. If you look at the strength of the NSC and IM in 1997, and I know this for a fact because I know these guys very close up. That's my strength. I know them very close up. Most of the insurgent groups here, also in Myanmar, the early Shanti Bahini in Chittagong Hill Tracts, Bangladesh, I know them personally. The strength they had in 1997, today, after 25 years of peace talk, I think General Nair and his friends will agree with me, their numbers are more than double than the 1997 level. Now you may say that they may not be as motivated as the Naga warriors of the past, but that's a different story. They have recruited, they have continued to recruit, they have built up their strength, they have beefed up. Secondly, they have brought in weapons also. So they are, and third thing, they continue their extortion, which is why they become very unpopular in parts of Nagaland. The point I'm trying to make is, in just short of fighting, this insurgent group, which is the strongest in this region, have not been sitting quietly. And then periodically, when they get very frustrated with the delay in the talks, we have people like Funting Shimran threatening the China option. We can go to China. And this is not something, this is not a threat in air. They have gone to China. Moiva is the first underground leader of this subcontinent to have gone to China with 353 Naga rebels. I've got an entire photo file of this first trip to China that he made in 1966. The march started from Totok all the way up to Lishu County in Yunnan province. 97 days they took. Tinosili and Muiva, they led these people. So what I'm trying to say is that these guys are on the table and they are talking to you. But they are also preparing for an eventuality in case the peace talks does not lead to a fruitful settlement, which they are looking for. Now, point here that I'm trying to make is the security forces have done their job. They've softened these guys up, they've got them on the table. What has the political establishment done? If you cannot sort out a political problem after 25 years of negotiations, you mean to say this state is very competent? The political people who lead this state are very competent? And I'm being sort of, I'm not picking on anybody particularly. Because the talks have continued for 25 years where different dispensations have been in power. So clearly, the political people have failed. We are proud of our democracy, but the strength of a democracy lies in achieving solutions within the democratic framework precisely of these kind of problems which are political and not military in nature. So, dear friends, before we get too triumphalistic, let us remember that when we project a future scenario, and for a force like Assam Rifles, which will be definitely called upon to handle the counter-insurgency environment in Northeast, because we need to move our regular army units to the China border. More and more this has happened over the last few years. We have to factor this, that the tiger is in chains, or not really in chains, but the tiger is tamed. It is under the influence of a tranquilizer or something, but it is very much a tiger and it is still there. And it is acquiring weapons. They are acquiring weapons from Thailand. They are acquiring weapons from different places. They are getting weapons from the WAs, who actually manufacture or assemble Chinese designed weapons. I know it for a fact that the United Wa State Army, they do this. And the most important thing is that periodically they are threatening the China option at us. Funting has done it twice. There were rumors that he has gone to the China border to meet Chinese officials. I don't have any definite information that he did it, but I also cannot discount the fact that they may be doing it, because like all, Muiva is a political animal. Don't you ever forget that this man went to China at the peak of cultural revolution and he learned some pet Chinese tactics like the United Front tactics of Mao Zedong. So the NSCN is in the business of creating satellites in the insurgent scenario. That's a very important threat. That they are not just going to fight themselves, but they also create chamchas here and there. They create satellite groups. Oh, Dima Hasao mein apna aadmi laga do, because you have to use that area to go into Sylhet. You create some in some other areas. So please don't discount any factoring of any future scenario building of the insurgency scenario in Northeast has to take into account the Naga thing. That this is still an unresolved problem, and not just 25 years of negotiation, sir. The framework agreement, which is supposed to bring about a final settlement, 7 Christmases passed. And perhaps the 8th Christmas will also pass, and no agreement has come about. So the problem is there on the table, don't wish it away. The threat is very much there, you have to factor it in. Even if there is a settlement, as someone said in the morning, you have to factor this Naga factor in, and especially from Manipur. Because now the Naga problem, especially the NSC and IM insurgency, is a insurgency. It's a Naga insurgency beyond Nagaland. As Alex Waterman showed in the, the graph, the map of the conflict, the attacks that he had mapped out. So this Naga thing has to be taken into account. Secondly, the Indian state, when did the first insurgent organization appear in Manipur? 1964, UNLF, okay? And then you had the PLA, and then the other groups. Why have these people been not brought to the table? Can I ask this question? Everybody is very enthusiastic, Naga ko table pe bithao. Indian state is always very interested, so table pe bithao. Why have we never ever really seriously tried to bring some of these Meitei groups, because they are also tough fighters. Make no mistake, I am personal witness to the aftermaths of Kandamkopki encounter where the 14th Raj Rifles took on, the Ojas of PLA, where Kunja Bihari died, some of the other Ojas also died. It was a 4-hour battle, sir, Indian Army, full battalion. It's not an easy thing. So these guys also know how to fight, okay? Why are they not on the table? Why are they still out? They are all organizing periodic attacks. One of your CEOs have died. The point is that this is not something, they have been softened up by the security operations. It's the failure of the political establishment to get these guys on the table. Is there a serious enough effort? I am fairly sure our intelligence agencies are competent enough. If there is a clear brief from Delhi ki inko table pe bithao, in a matter of few months, this will happen. But it is the political establishment who are very confused. I can say this on authority, that they are confused. कि भाई अभी इनको बुलाएगा तो नागा भी टेबल पे है, गड़बड़ हो जाएगा. They are not very confident. Why? Because people in Delhi who run this country are terribly confused about Northeast. And they are not very clear about what they should be doing. How to go about with the roadmap. It's a different thing to be triumphalistic. It's a different thing to win election. But peacemaking is as big a challenge in a democracy as winning elections. Let's not forget this. So, in my opinion, any future scenario that a force like Assam Rifles built up has to look at this baggage of the past as I would describe them. The Naga insurgency is still around. It may take a different turn depending on what kind of solution you achieve. If a solution is not achieved, also something may happen. So all these things have to be factored in. Second is the valley insurgents are still very much around. And there has been no settlement with any of these groups really. And no serious effort, to the best of my knowledge, has been made. And as General Himal Singh said, I generally know state secrets. So I can say that no serious effort has been made to bring the valley insurgents to the table. The third thing that any force like Assam Rifles, sir, my submission, has to take into account in a future scenario building is that some of these ethnic dynamics, we can wish away insurgency, we can look beyond insurgency, but we also need to look at ethnicity. You look beyond ethnicity is fine for the future. I know for a fact that this is the road to future. But you cannot overlook the fact of ethnicity which is bubbling around your corner right now. So this ethnic dynamics and Manipur being a volatile, having a dynamic ethnic mix, there could well be some insurgent activity from smaller ethnic groups who may be displeased with some particular incident or some particular decision of the government. So these things have to be factored in. This cannot, you have to look at this very closely. So you have some kind of a Heidel project and some people whose land is going to be submerged, they may take to guns. And why they will take? Now here a lot of people may say, yaar, wo to chota population group hai. Chota population group hai, isiliye hatiyar leta hai. Bada population group hone se they can make an impact in the democratic setup in the strength of their numbers. Democracy at the end of the day is a game of numbers. It is the smaller ethnic groups who realize that they will have one MP or two MPs, they can't make an impact in the political scene, nobody is going to give them much mileage. So they are the people who take to guns to make an impact. That's why armed movement has been the first and not the last option for most of the ethnic groups in Northeast. कि भाई हमारा कोई तो सुनेगा नहीं, हमारा एक MP है, 2 MP है. So please try to realize that some of these smaller groups, like in my home state Tripura I can detail, but here in Manipur's context also, some kind of a Tipaimuk project may actually submerge a lot of lands of a particular ethnic community, they may take 2 weapons just to make a point, just to make a protest. Because these are small ethnic groups who don't command the numbers to make an impact in your electoral political system. So that's where the threat of insurgency lies. That's where also insurgency in the traditional hill insurgency type that we are used to in Northeast may actually convert into urban terrorism. So that threat is also there. Okay. The last threat, I'll flag this and I'll take some time to highlight, sir, is the external environment. Everything is hunky-dory for a while. We have Sheikh Hasina there, she will not encourage us, she's a friend of India, fine. Is Sheikh Hasina going to win the next election? Anybody is willing to take a bet with me? I would love her to win the election, she's my appa. But the point is, if she does not win the next election and Awami League goes out of power, what is the other alternative? There is no other democratic secular party in the political space in Bangladesh. If she loses, BNP, Jamaat Islamic comes to power. This is what the great Jyoti Basu told me after the Ganges water sharing treaty. I went and asked him the question that a lot of people are saying, we have given too much share of Ganges water to Bangladesh. Jyoti Babu told me, hey, you also don't understand water, I also don't understand water. Experts have done this, they have done their calculation, they have tackled. His chief engineer. But it is a political problem. I said, sir, water political problem? Yeah, political problem. And he did, in a very brief, if Hasina is not in power in Bangladesh, okhane ora chole asbe. They will come there, meaning the Islamic fundamentals. Ar okhane ora chole asle, ekhane era chole asbe. That means in West Bengal, the Hindu saffrons will come. This was his line. So, if Sheikh Hasina is not in power there, the alternative is an Islamist alternative. Make no mistake. Whatever centrist projection the BNP may give, they are totally dependent. They are hunky-dory with Jamaat Islamic. And that, Begum Ji has already said that if we are back in power, we will review every single agreement Hasina has done with India. So please be aware of that threat. And already we find that, sir, just in Chittagong hill tracts, some of the Tripura insurgent groups have revived their attacks. Already some mischief, I can discern some mischief in the Chittagong hill tracts. Some of the NLFT guys who are completely down and out have revived their activity, they have even attacked BSF. Last but not the least, Myanmar. Myanmar today is a state. I am reminded of Karl Marx. I know it's not very fashionable to quote Marx now, but I love this man. The state has withered away. In Myanmar, the state has not yet withered away, but it is fast withering away. In large areas of conflict zones where ethnic rebel groups have been active, like the Rakhine state, 2/3 of the area I can say with authority are now under the effective control of Arakan army. They did a brilliant decision when the coup happened and the Burmese military was overstretched. They went in for a tactical ceasefire. They built up their weapons arsenal, they recruited. Today they have 30,000 people. Jainsa was saying UWSA is the strongest group. In terms of numbers, I think today the Arakan army has beaten them. Yeah, because the UWSA, to the best of my knowledge, is about 20 to 25,000. They have better weapons, man-pads and all that. Point I'm trying to make here is, the Kachins, today they have, day before yesterday, they inaugurated a university in their area. They are so confident of holding on to the areas that they have captured. So in large parts of Myanmar, current areas, other areas, the wars already, they run their area. The Burmese army never attacks them. The point I'm trying to make is that the Myanmar Tamadao, which is now called Sit Tat, they have dropped Ta. The critics of the Myanmar army don't call it Tamadao anymore. That means it is not the army of the nation anymore. They want to make that point, so they call it Sit Tat. The Sit Tat or Tamadao, whatever you call it, practically is losing increasingly territorial control over large parts of the union. Number one. Number two, they're demoralized. Number three, the army, they're not even able to pay their soldiers properly. And the most important thing is, they are in this classical overstretched mode, which even the best of armies in the world have not been able to handle. Even Hitler's Wehrmacht could not handle that. Overstretched. Bahut jage ladai shuru kar diya. No. This Burmese army today, they have bitten more than they can chew. They have a problem in the Burma heartland, where the PDF has become a factor. They have, movements to deal with. And these ethnic militias have actually backed the Burmese for the very simple reason, A, federal vision and all that is fine. It was highlighted, I will not repeat it by Mr. Jain, but they have a tactical thing. You arm the Burmese, ethnic Burmese, students, even one of my students, she was Miss Myanmar, today she had joined the underground. She sends me a picture with her flak jacket and rifle. So this is the level. So point I'm trying to make here is that if Myanmar is in such bad shape, it will have a huge spillover effect on whole of Northeast, especially Manipur. Because like if something happens in Tripura is encircled on 3 sides by Bangladesh, anything happens in Bangladesh, it has immediate impact in Tripura, and I know it for a fact. Here also, anything happens in Myanmar, Mizoram and Manipur will have the first big effect. Spillover effect, blowback, whatever you call it. So, this has to be factored in very seriously. It is good to wish that things will stabilize in Myanmar, but this is just an empty wish at the moment as far as I am concerned. And I know that country, I've lived there for 3 years. I'm telling you today, Myanmar army is in a case of classic overstretch and they are clearly losing the script. And General Min Aung Hlaing, for his presidential ambition, has brought the army to a pass where it cannot handle, it has bitten more than it can chew. So therefore, when we look at the future of Manipur, insurgency, counter-insurgency, we have to look at the Myanmar situation very, very closely. It's a dynamic situation. Last but not the least, sir, I will make a submission. You have traditional insurgents and you all know how to factor it in. But with the drug mafias growing very powerful on the Indian border now, because these are the people who ran away from the Golden Triangle, the Wei brothers, the Losh Indian network, and the Jiang Zemin network. They have set up these drug processing factories, according to my information, with the help of some elements of Tamadaw on the Indian side of the border, because they could not compete with Kunsha, the big drug lord in the Golden Triangle, or the Waz. These are people who are trying to actually come into our side, encourage our villagers to cultivate, poppy and all that. Now, in Myanmar, we have the drug armies, Maung Thai army of Kunsha. You have to look at a possibility where at some point of time, some of these drug lords, for defending their own vested interest, which is drug smuggling, drug trafficking, protecting their sort of raw material zone, may actually be raising armed groups.
Suvir, we can...
So I'm finished actually. So these are the things that I wanted that people will take into cognizance when they do future scenario building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suvir. What a forceful argument. What a forceful argument against the narrative that was being built up all this while in the last 5 hours. Thank you very much. But let me also assure you that tigers are not everywhere. As of now, they are under injection. But if they wake up... But regarding the state secret, I know no state secret. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Honorable Minister Mr. Basanta now as the last speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think you've all gone to sleep, especially the students at the back. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, you're awake. Thank you. Punah Pukhuramjari. Sabko namaskar. Firstly, I would like to give my sincere thanks to General Nair, DG Assam Rifles, for inviting me to this very important seminar, and thank you. And Brigadier Akashdeep, who has been in touch, constant touch, and I think he's the moving spirit behind this seminar. My respects to you. Next, I would like to pay my respects to the dignitaries on the dais. since I'm a politician, I have to do all these things. I'll come to the topic. I'll make the topic short. I'll keep my talk to the bare minimum and try to stick to the topic and the time so that General Saab doesn't have to remind me. And my respects to the dignitaries on the dais, respected Lieutenant General Dr. Tamo Himalaya Singh, who is PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, and YSM retired. Next, my respects to Tamo Sri Pradeep Panjabam, who gave a very eloquent lecture. Tamo Ikai Kumnabuchari. Next, I would like to pay my respects to Mr. Subir Bhaumik, who just spoke just now, who put forward many interesting points. I will not debate with him on the political part of that point, but I'll stick to my topic, but we can take it forward in the Q&A. All officers and ranks of the press, electronic and print, ladies and gentlemen. All officers and ranks, my apologies, of the Assam Rifles, members of the press, electronic and print, my respects to you, Ikai Kumnabuchari, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, my beloved students who are at the back, who just woke up, I think. I am indeed privileged and humbled to be here today for the seminar, which is Future Ready Manipur, looking beyond ethnicity and insurgency. This second plenary session, Past versus Future, Shedding the Historical Baggage in Manipur, has seen very distinguished panelists, namely Tamo Sri Pradeep Panjabam, dwell on the topic, Understanding the Past, Challenges to Achieve Socio-Political Convergence, and Sri Subir Bhaumik on Future Contours of Insurgency in the Northeast, with special reference to Manipur. It was really insightful, and it's opened a lot of, things to discuss and debate. Thank you all. But my sub-theme rather, or topic is Unshackling the Dreams. Dreams, unshackling the dreams. Challenges to mainstreaming the potential of youth. Please remember, it's challenges to mainstreaming the potential of youth, not mainstreaming the youth. So that should be made very clear. So we will basically dwell on the potential of the youth. I would like to begin with a quote about dreams, since my topic has that also. Quote, a dream is something that happens. It is not something that happens while you are asleep. A dream is something that does not let you sleep. So that is what I want to come about dreams. I want to speak especially to the young people here about dreams. If you have dreams, it should be about not letting you sleep to make those dreams come true. This was unquote by APJ Abdul Kalamji, former President of India. The question before us today is, how do we unshackle the dreams of the youth and channelize it for building the future of our beloved state and our great nation? A better future does not happen by itself. It has to be made to happen. It requires definitive policy environment which emerges from leaders and governments which have a vision for a better future of the state and society. So do we have the leaders and governments with vision and wherewithal to lead the youth and overcome the challenges to mainstreaming the potential of the youth? The answer is a thumping yes. Please believe me, both at the central level and at the state level, we have very, very competent leaders. At the center, we have our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is leading the country towards progress and development and earning respect in the Committee of Nations. and in the state. We just spoke about a couple of hours ago, Sri N. Biren Singh ji, who is trying his hardest bit in the most sincere manner to take the state forward to bring positive development to our state. So the leadership is in place. The government, both at the center and in our state, has come out with policies, frameworks and guidelines for the upliftment and self-employment of the youth. Of course, the questions will come, have they really, fructified? That will come later. Needless to mention, the future lies in the hand of the youth. The national government and the state government is committed to the composite and all-round development of the youth to face the challenging task of building our state and nation. However, we need peace. We need law and order. We need integrity and everything else to fulfill our collective responsibility to uphold the principles of human dignity, equality, and equity. As Education Minister of the state, I am constantly reminded of the incident in which Mahatma Gandhi ji, the father of the nation, was asked what would be his goal in education for the youth of the country. He answered, character building. He said, I would try to develop courage, strength, virtue, and the ability to forget oneself while working towards great aims. This is more important than literacy, so to say. This is different. And this is what you call education. Academic learning is only a means to this great end. Unquote, Mahatma Gandhi ji, the father of the nation. So character is what matters ultimately, according to him and according to me too, personally. And so in order to unshackle the dreams and ensure the youth reach their full potential in our beloved state of Manipur and in our great country, we need to build character. And character comes from discipline, willingness to work hard and focus on the job to be accomplished. While examining the challenges to mainstreaming the potential of youth, which is the subtopic today, we should not get confused with the word mainstreaming. Some people may mistake mainstreaming in a different way. It clearly states that it should be for the potential of the youth towards what aim? Towards realizing their full potential as citizens of our country. So who are the youth that we are talking about here? By Government of India definition, persons between the age of 15 to 35 are considered youths, the youth. And as we all know, about 2/3 of the population of our country is below the age of 35. And about half, that's 50% of our total population of India is below the age of 25. So this is what we call the youth in our country. And studies show that young people, the youth, yearn, they desire, and they want to be a part of society, to be respected for their contribution, and in many cases possess the desire to play an active role in improving their society, state, and country. And in Manipur, a state, as everyone knows, which is rich in culture and tradition, well known about the contribution of youth in games and sports to the nation, we have much to be proud of. However, for the youth, a lot of challenges remain. And those challenges, no doubt, with regard to many issues, as it is with most societies, whether developed or developing, and same as the case here in our Manipur, in our beloved state. So let us try to, I have this simple theory about a glass of water, half a glass of water. So let us very simplistically putting it, try to look at the glass, half a glass of water, as half full rather than half empty. In spite of the challenges that we have faced as a society that is more than the state, of our state is more than 2,000 years old, culture, history, the youth of the state who are the foundation on which we are building the future, needs to be encouraged, motivated, guided, counseled, and their potential harnessed and given confidence that they can overcome the challenges and contribute to building our nation. In order to unshackle the dreams and potential of the youth in Manipur, we need to remain positive. Please remember positive and build on our strengths of culture, sports, education, tourism, so many different sectors, while recognizing also our weaknesses by building character and discipline in our youth. Our youth need to be aware of the social sins, quote unquote social sins. Sins, as Mahatma Gandhi again said, first one being politics without principles. The second one, pleasure without conscience. The third one, commerce without morality. And the fourth one, knowledge without character. Science without humanity. Wealth without work. And worship without sacrifice. These are the social sins that we should always be conscious while developing the potential of our youth. And I would like to underline it once again that we should take note of it. In all parts of the world, young people living in different countries in different stages of development and in different socio-economic situations aspire to live full lives in their societies. The young people of Manipur are no different. If you want to mainstream the potential of the youth in Manipur, certain elements would help in this process, such as ensuring quality education, access to employment opportunities, adequate food and nutrition, a physical and social environment that promotes good health and protection from disease, enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms, participation in decision-making process, and access to cultural and recreational and sports activities. The youth and the young people represent agents, beneficiaries, and actions of such change which will inevitably affect their future. And again, coming to participation, this is very close to my heart. For the young people, I would like to say that it is my earnest belief that the challenges that are faced in mainstreaming the potential of the youth can be partly overcome by wholesale and sincere participation by the youth in the democratic process. I myself resigned from the IPS 10 years before my actual retirement to join the political process to take part in the democratic process. Because we are a democracy after all. I mean, it is accepted that it is the best system in the entire world. So we need to take part, and our youth need to actively participate, not only to persevere and work hard to become representatives, but also to be aware of their potential and ground reality of the state, political as well as social. We should be aware of the world around us if we want to become good human beings, if we want to participate and contribute to nation building. So I would sincerely like to request all the young people here, please take part in the democratic process. After all, we are a democracy. We, for instance, are political people. We are elected representatives for 5 years. We take certain decisions during that period, which may or may not be palatable to some people, some sections of people, but we do it in the larger interest of the state. At least we try to be as sincere as possible, and that will come after you only participate in the democratic process, when the youth of the state and the country vote for electing the right representatives, the people who will lead them. You people are the leaders yourselves. You people join the democratic process by trying to become representatives and make laws, good laws, which will benefit all people, the downtrodden, the poorest of the poor. But unless in a democracy, if you take part, I mean, a lot of experts may be there, a lot of Nobel Prize winners may be there, but ultimately, decision making in a democracy goes down to the people who the people have elected. Democracy is for the people, of the people, by the people. So I would sincerely, earnestly urge all the young people that, if you want to mainstream the potential of the youth, if you want to take certain decisions which will benefit the state, the country, I think taking part in the democratic process is an important step towards that. And it is also an accepted fact that most people, know about it also, that the world is going to change much faster in the next 5 years than it has done in the last 50 years. So in moving forward, our effort should be to maximize the potential of our youth, to overcome the challenges and make our society, state and nation much stronger in the years to come. I think I'll end here. Thank you very much. Dhanyabad. Thagachari. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Basanta. I would like to underline what the Honorable Minister mentioned about ethics, character, integrity. All that he has said, I'm sure that most of us are trying to follow. Nothing is perfect in life, but the direction of the society and individuals, I'm sure that we are going towards achieving that kind of ethical leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, we have about, time given is 30 minutes Q&A. Do we have 30 minutes? Where is 15? 20? Okay. The house is open for Q&A. Kindly ask pointed questions, very short questions, directed to a particular panelist. Yes. Can you raise your hand so that we can see you? Yeah. And also, let the people know who you are. We'll be proud of you. Can you tell your name so that we'll be proud of your name?
Sir, previously, we traveled to the national highway. We faced many Asian iron camp. They are taking taxes from the transfer vehicles for EV buses. I don't know whether you have aware of this cases because they hardly travel to this highway. If they travel, then they come with their guards. But as a city, we face these problems, and these cases have make the prices of the goods almost double to other states like Guwahati and Kolkata. So I want to know what is your view in this situation.
What is your specific question?
Sir, we face many, the NHNIM camp has taken the illegal tax for every buses that travel through the national highway.
Okay.
I want to know the view about in these situations. And sir, I also one more question about the conflict in Manipur. That the conflict here in our state, do you think that it is fall under the category of non-international armed conflict according to the international human rights law, and the conflict here follows the Geneva Protocol?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I answer? Any form of extortion is illegal under Indian criminal law. And therefore, regardless of who is doing it, whether it is NSC and IM or some other group, or even a bunch of thugs, they deserve punishment. The point is, and this was precisely the point I was trying to make, is that taking advantage of the ceasefire modalities, there has been an uptick. Why are they extorting? Because they want to build up their financial muscle. Why they want to build up their financial muscle? So that they can build up their military muscle. And why military muscle? Because if the peace talks fall through and they decide to go back to the jungle, they should be able to make a fight of it with the Indian security forces. So both from the national security point of view, as well as from the legal point of view which you are raising, This is unacceptable. Now, from the human point of view, we have noticed that even in Nagaland, there has been serious protests against NSC and IM extortion by Nagas themselves, and we are aware of it. So, as far as I am concerned, and this is precisely my point of worry, that taking advantage of a long dragging peace talks or political negotiation and the ceasefire modalities that have gone with it, I don't want the talks to fall through, but I also don't want this to drag on, because if something drags on and on for 25 years, it actually begins to be counterproductive. That's number one. And the other question you were asking, whether it is, whether international human rights law. Well, in 1990s, we witnessed certain incidents of ethnic cleansing or attempted ethnic cleansing where there were mass massacres, where villages were attacked and 15-20 people were killed in one go or maybe more. This is definitely a very serious violation of not just human rights law. Any form of mass murder actually demands a trial. Today in Bangladesh, why they are doing international war crimes trial? When Sheikh Hasina came to power, she said, I will start international war crimes trial to bring the people who killed our people. So many lakh of people were killed in 71 war, women were raped. Why? Because we want to put an end to the culture of impunity which has been in the country because these things were unpunished. Because Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was killed in 75 and then there were military governments and all those people who were involved with all this went away scot-free. So she started the International War Crimes Trial. It's a different thing that some of our Western friends who have holier than thou attitude and they think only their understanding of law and human rights is better than us, which is not always the case. And I say this, having worked with in Western organizations for a long time, I don't buy this holier than thou attitude of the white man very often. So, but the point I'm trying to make here is that these Western organizations, they have opposed the International War Crimes Trial in Bangladesh, but today some human rights violation has taken place when some fundamentalists have been put in jail or hammered by Bangladesh security forces. Then they are jumping up and down that Bangladesh, there is massive human rights violation. Do you know that the latest UN Working Group report on Bangladesh enforced disappearances has 2 Manipuri insurgents, including R.K. Meghen and Novachandra, in their list? They are from Manipur, they were tried here, they were in the court for such a long time, then they were in jail. But in the Bangladesh's list of enforced disappearances, they are named. This is a UN Working Group, mind you. So what the hell? Yet a UN organization is so sloppy in its research that they missed out on a top rebel leader who has been tried, who has been jailed, and who has then been released, and he has come back to Imphal after 45 years. His name is there in the Bangladeshi list of enforced disappearance, UN Working Group. What I'm trying to make is that these incidents of mass murder or killing definitely merit strict and definitive retributive justice. Whether it is possible or not, whether there are other conditions, and this is precisely my worry, that taking advantage of some legal modalities with ceasefire and all, even incidents of violence, scot-free sometimes. Yeah? So I endorse your concern, and I've told you what I view on this, but this is my personal opinion.
Let me just add something to what Superior just said about the application of the Geneva Convention's laws on these internal conflict. It is not possible because it's, Geneva Conventions is supposed to be for international conflict between nations. But there was a time, I remember this, that especially when the LTT became very, very powerful, they became like a putative state. So there was a movement to actually include their atrocities also as human rights violation or the Geneva Conventions violation. So they tried to introduce one protocol called the Geneva Conventions Protocol 2. Initially, when it was moved, India was also very much involved. Then what happened was, at the end of it, the requirement was to recognize these insurgents, LTTE for instance, as a putative state. Then all the states with internal conflict actually backed out. India backed out, US backed out, Canada backed out. So it's actually a damn squib. So it's still not applicable. But if you want to make it applicable, then you have to, because the human rights laws, human rights is actually a way to control the state, a state's violation of individual rights. So often the allegation is that when the insurgents do something, we don't apply human rights, but when the police does or the army does, that's human rights, people call it human rights. But that's actually what it was meant to be. It was meant to be to check the state violating the individual's right. In the Second World War, we saw so much of it. And in fact, the human rights movement was born after the Second World War. And especially the atrocities against Jews, which Hitler committed. So it was meant to actually check the state, because once upon a time we thought the state was the solution for all our problems. Then we realized that the state itself can be a big violator, so it had to be checked. Supposing I get beaten up by some hooligans outside, that is not a human rights violation, that's a law and order problem. I can go and complain to the police will take care of that. But if I get beaten by the police for no rhyme or reason, he doesn't like my face, he comes into my house every now and then, kicks me, then I have to complain. So I can't go back to the police and complain again. So I have to use that other law, human rights law, to check that state violation. So that kind of distinction is there. But this was people actually thought it was a legitimate thing that you have to bring in the insurgents into the human rights debates. That's why they introduced the Geneva Convention Protocol too. But only thing is that it turned out to be a damn squib. And A.J. Noorani has done a very extensive article in the Economic and Political Weekly on this issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon,
sir. Good afternoon, sirs. A very good afternoon and to the respected panel, sir. Sir, I would like to ask a question to
Just
Mr.
a minute.
Yes.
Mr. Basanta, he wants to add in.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes? Yeah. After that, your turn.
I'll just very short intervention. The question is very relevant because the people of Manipur are suffering because of extortion on the national highways. Now, as you know, as Subir rightly said, it is against the law to extort. And law and order is a state subject. So if it happens in Nagaland, the Nagaland government is responsible to rein them in, people who are extorting. If it happens in Manipur, the Manipur government is responsible. So that way we should be clear about, extortion that is happening in our state or in Nagaland. It's a law and order subject. It's a state subject. You cannot have the center intervening too much. But right now, I think that's a very relevant question. People of the state are rightly asking about extortion that's happening, which inflates the prices of material and goods in our state. So that's a good question. Thank you. I just wanted to intervene.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody from there?
Yes, sir. Sir, my name is Manish, and I belong to the Department of National Security Studies under Manipur University. Sir, I would like to relay the question to Mr. Subir Bhomik. Sir, I have come across a working paper of yours, which is titled as Insurgencies in India's Northeast Conflict, Co-option and Change, which was published in the year July 2007. Sir, I have come across this working paper, and it is very reliable and very informative for me to understand the different strategies and different forms of insurgencies in the northeast part of India. Sir,
you mean this which I wrote for the East-West Center? I think it was that one you're talking.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
So, sir, this is my personal questions because I was working on one of my personal projects regarding the insurgency in Northeast India. Sir, my personal question is, sir, as you have mentioned here, insurgencies. Sir, is it applicable or is it advisable to relate the process of these many arms organizations to the process of part of revolution? Instead of naming it as an insurgency, sir, from your viewpoint, is it applicable to Niamey's revolution? And my second
Are you
part
suggesting they should not be called insurgent but revolutionaries?
Yes, sir. I want to just.
Well,
know your
somebody's
viewpoint.
insurgent is somebody's revolutionary, okay?
Yeah.
That's a very easy answer.
No,
Yeah?
sir, but
The
these-
British called my grandfather a terrorist and sent him to Andaman, my mother's father. But we believed that he was a revolutionary. So, you know, somebody's revolutionary is somebody's insurgent, right?
Correct.
Very straight answer I would give.
Okay, sir,
Common
and-
sense answer. I
and
don't know
my
whether it satisfies.
second part of the question is, sir, do you have any plans to publish any books related with this?
Oh, okay. This can be discussed at a personal level, not here.
Okay, sir.
Hello, sir. Thank you, sir.
It is a direct question to our respected education minister, sir. So my question is, so you have told us that to harness youth potential, we need to be positive. Okay, I also agree with that, sir. But coming to the point, sir, in Manipur, we have seen that politics is very much dirty. We, as a student, wants to be, make a career in politics as well. But because of such, dirty in politics, even we cannot aspire for that. This is one thing, sir. And another thing is, we have seen from, sir, grade C to grade A. From grade B to grade A, we have seen bribery. Bribery is everywhere, sir. It cannot be, denied. So my question is, how long it will be continued? And could you suggest us the best suitable possible solutions, sir, as per you? Or how long it will continue? It will remain as it is from generation to generations, or can it be resolved? This is sir, my question. Thank you.
Hello. Very good question. Thank you. What's your name?
I am Naumaitem Armananda from LLM.
Okay. I'll come to the first part of your question, which is very, very much, I'm sure, in the minds of all the young people in the audience here and to other people, young people also. When we are young and growing up, you are very idealistic, which you should be also. And then you think of politics not being so, don't use such strong words like dirty or whatever, but anyway, that's the way you put it. There are good people in politics also. Please remember, I said, no, look at the glass, half of glass as half full, not half empty. Now, if you look at the negative aspects of politics, then you will, if you have a brother, if you look at only his negative qualities, you will not be able to get along with him, or your friend, or your mother or father. So you look at the positive aspects of politics. So since we live in a democracy, this is the best thing we have. You need to be in politics. Now, if you think it's not, the way you want it to be, you must come in and change it. Maidan mein aa jao. Maidan mein aao. Nahi to you can't be an observer from outside and keep criticizing politicians. Mahatma Gandhi, you know what he said? If you want change, you bring change from within yourself first. So if you want to change politics, that is what I have done. I was a bureaucrat, I was an IPS officer. I joined politics in the hope and sincere belief that I can at least make a little bit of difference. I'm not saying I'll make a difference. I'll try my humble, sincere, best effort to change it a little bit from within. And please take it from me. If you think that's what I was trying to appeal to all of you young people, this is a democracy we live in. If you want good leaders, you have to participate. I mean, we allowed college elections to happen, even though we had reports that there were, certain people from across the border who had, who were instigating and all that. But we called you, counseled you, and then said, don't let those people influence you. You are trying to take part in a democratic process in your own colleges. So we allowed that. But the thing is, do not take things negatively as a philosophy of life. Please, Tamo will agree, Tamo is a great philosopher, but always be positive, and politics is where all policies, all the good things that will happen in the state, in the country, that will come from the policies and the laws that your representatives are going to make. If you're not happy, kick them out after 5 years and get another guy. You yourself come in also. Try. But if you don't come in and fight and be in the battlefield, you cannot make judgments. I don't think it's fair. The second point is, I think, private tuitions. You talked about private tuitions. What was the second point?
No, sir. The second question is whether it would remain as it is from generation to generations for generations to come.
Politics?
Yes.
Okay.
But not only the politics,
But
about
things,
about the things.
No, I mentioned in my remarks that things have been changing and they will change much faster in the next 5 years and in a positive way. Please believe me. Let's not sugarcoat and say everything is going to be hunky-dory and everything is going to be fine. We're all going to get, but we are working towards that. Who? The people you have elected. And now, if you're not happy with them, when the next election comes, kick them out. Say, we are not happy with you. Don't go, in Manipur, we have this, an election time. Election is, we have to take it seriously. You have to debate. The French Revolution happened because people debated in small taverns and small hotels, cafeterias, about what should be, you should debate, discuss. Don't take, the law into your own hands. Violence is not the way to, move forward. But definitely, things will change for the better. Believe me, I'm an optimist, and I want you all young people to remain optimists and be optimists if you're not one also. Thank you.
With that,
Good afternoon, sir.
last question, because it is already...
My question is...
Oh, chance to the lady. There is one lady. Where is the... Yes. Please sit down. The last question, yeah.
Sir, my question is on Sir Basanta. I am Anamika Naurem. I am from NSS Manipur University. My question is, how can the potential of youth be used effectively when we have an increased use of educated unemployment, we have lack of financial literacy among youth and entrepreneurship skills. Especially, I believe that it needs to be taught in the schools and academic field. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, that's...
I would like to ask another question, is that what is the plan to open a national security studies as a subject in colleges in Manipur? Thank you.
Thank you, Anamika. I think that's a very good question. Now, as we, education is such a vast subject. As I said earlier, it's not just about literacy, it's about getting to know the world around you, being aware of your surroundings, being aware of the world is now a global village. So how do you go about, grasping all that and becoming an educated person? Now, as we have been debating and discussing over, various forums, education has, I think the discussion has veered more towards education, but it's about the youth. So
we'll make it short.
Yeah, I'll make the answer short. And we are taking up certain steps to, ensure that the students of the state get their due, and we are on the corrective part. I'm not saying that we were declining or we were on the downhill, but we are trying to improve the education system. You will see it in a few months. Now I've been there only for 4 or 5 months, so we have taken certain steps. For instance, there were a lot of boys and girls from government schools who were roaming around in Imphal, in the streets of Imphal. We issued an order that they should not be out of the school during school hours. Such type of corrective measures which we get feedback from the people, we'll try to take. And regarding that subject, we'll look into it and see that if it can be incorporated. Thank you. I think everyone must be hungry, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Vasanta. Good. I really agree with you. If you have any questions, with the permission of the panelists, you can walk up to them during lunch hour. So we welcome that, and I'd like to, in the end, thank each one of you for such an interactive and very, very positive discussion. And last but not the least, our esteemed panelists and brilliant deliveries that they have taken for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your views and enlightening the audience on the roadmap for a peaceful and prosperous future of Manipur. May I call upon Lieutenant General P.C. Nair, AVSM YSM, Director General Assam Rifles, to deliver the closing address. Sir.
After that very long session that we've had with the tea break in between, I am quite certain that most of us are going back a little wiser than we were when we stepped into this hall this morning. Going purely by the question answers that came, especially from the students, the last benchers, that was, I think, the high point of the discussion, because that laid to rest the old feeling that last benchers usually don't participate in discussions. And in fact, we had to arrest them or stop them from asking questions because we have actually not catered for dinner today. In fact, not even for tea. All we have is a quick bite of some sandwiches or something. So that is another factor which stopped us from allowing General Cage to continue with the session. I just want to quickly make a comment or two about each of the speakers. Not really comment, maybe add a point or two from my side, which I felt should be given for the consumption of the audience. And let me begin with Shri H.K. Jain. All of them, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, are extremely erudite, extremely qualified people. I kind of don't measure up to their standards, but surely a little bit of what I know about the subject, I think I must tell you also. Let's start with Shri Jain. Sir, you had said about the trouble largely in Sagaing region, but it's now of late gone to Chin. The trouble actually extended towards Chin state, and that is why Mizoram is now feeling the pinch of the large number of refugees who come there. In terms of ethnicities, there are only two ethnicities. He made a cursory mention of that. It's Bamars versus the rest. Bamars are essentially the Burmans, as they are called, or the people who reside in the heartland of Myanmar. The other ethnic groups are all around them. So the Bamars are the larger community there, and the other ethnic groups feel that they don't get what is rightfully theirs, and that's where the trouble arises. Something about what Ambassador Mukhopadhyay said, unseen player, which he spoke of. So you just made a mention that it's been in the Chinese grip from, Myanmar has been in the Chinese grip from 1990 to 2010. You made a mention of the Mitson project which got cancelled. The Myanmar government took this bold step to cancel this, and it came as quite a shocker to the Chinese because they never expected Myanmar to do this. And the effect of the shock are still being felt. Myanmar is fully not given in, primarily because this Mitson Dam, as the ambassador mentioned, that major benefit of that project goes to China. And if I have to put it in figures, 90% of the electricity generated from Mitson Dam is to go to China. So which sovereign state will ever allow a neighboring state to benefit based on its resources is something that you need to understand. So is the oil and gas pipeline, which starts from the southwestern coast of Myanmar, the Shui gas project and the oil project which he said, all of which is to circumvent the Malacca dilemma that China has. Their shipping vessels have to come through Malacca otherwise, and this in some way cuts short that route to a very great extent. A point that the students must also remember is that while we may say whatever about Myanmar, that Myanmar is falling into the Chinese trap, it is actually not entirely so, and there are compulsions for that. If you see, from the time of its independence, Myanmar has only been in isolation, or there has been military rule for a very long period of time, 60 years almost. And then they have been facing, to a very large extent, all these, they've been in fact shunned by the rest of the world. There was a beginning, humble beginning, if I may say that, in 2011 when Hillary Clinton came to Myanmar, and she was the first high-level delegate from the US to come to Myanmar. That time there was a ray of hope that now Myanmar has an alternative other than China. But then going forward, the Rohingya thing happened, and it was back to square one. And after Rohingya, you now have this current development which happened last year. So Myanmar, to a very great extent, is not in the hands of China out of choice, but out of compulsion. For some of us who interacted with our counterparts there, we realize when we interact with them that they say that they do look up to our country to a very, in a very big way, and not just for want of military supplies or other things, but also, as the ambassador rightly pointed out, for cultural ties. And I must give an example. The last time that the current Senior General of Myanmar visited India, 2017, he was in India for about 8 days, of which he spent 2 full days, 1 day in Gaya and 1 in Nalanda. That's because of Buddhism, and that's the connect which only we can give, China cannot give. Speaking of what Mr. Sharad said this morning, the panacea, he said, is trade. Trade is what will make all the difference, but I think besides trade, there is a need for people-to-people contact also, and that is where the free move regime, despite all the shortcomings that it has, there is a necessity of people-to-people connect. Before the pandemic happened, you had such large numbers of people coming from for ecotourism, for medical tourism, for various kinds of tourism from Myanmar into Imphal, your Imphal Mandalay bus. These are all needed for people-to-people connect. Unfortunately, that is not happening now. Like the Chief Minister said, that from our side we are ready. Myanmar is not ready, but let's hope in times to come or very soon that should also happen. He spoke of Asian Highway 1, and surely I want to give credit for that, because Asian Highway 1 came much before the BRI project. The only issue is that it's not been able to fructify in the manner in which it is dreamt of. He said that it passes through 30 countries, and for it to pass through 30 countries and have an approval surely will take time. In the first session, there was a question that one of the students behind asked about boundary pillar 81. And my answer to that is, I think the question was, it's been so many years, 4 or 5 years since this incident, that boundary pillar has been shifted by why is this issue not been addressed? Well, to keep it very short, whenever such issues raise or come to light that there is a boundary pillar which is shifted, that is when you need people from both sides to come and do a common survey. Like we have a survey of India which maps our boundaries. So while our team is ready, our team has gone and seen, we also want the other country, that is Myanmar, their team to come and do a joint study or joint survey. That has not happened. And surely we are not another Russia, we just walk into Ukraine and claim our territory. We can't do that. We are here with a very friendly country. We have to maintain that friendly ties. We will wait, but I'm sure this is not a problem which will become like, let's say, Kabao Valley. This is something that will get sorted. Just have patience. And the young boy who asked this question, I think in your lifetime or much before the next 5 to 10 years, this will surely get resolved. But we need not rush into this. I surely want to, in some way, highlight what the present government has done of going to the hills. And this I say out of being a Manipur watcher for many years. One of the major issues confronting Manipur has always been the trust deficit between the valley people and the hill people. And this, to a very large extent, has got addressed by this government proactive policy of not just going to the hills, but as he stated, as the CM stated here, but also to reach out to them, spend 7 days, 10 days with all the administrators and see how best the problems are resolved. Now, a large part of the complaint was also that the hill areas have not been developed as was the valley in many years or since 1949. But that is no longer the case. The facts are there for you to see as to how the hills have also now started developing in a similar manner as the valley has. The CM also said that the security forces and Assam Rifle in particular has to have a change in mindset. So while I already explained to him over a cup of tea, but I think it is prudent for me to explain here as to what change of mindset is being done at our level. We are a force which is constantly learning, unlearning and relearning. Similarly, we are evolving and re-evolving. We change with the circumstances as they change. If some time back you saw some rifle as men toting AK-47s, always kind of intimidating you, that's no longer the case. Just look into the recent past, just look at the last 2-3 years, what we've done. This year, very recently, there was this project called as Super 30, which was launched, where we've started picking up children from very remote areas of the state, and we've got them together at one place. We are coaching them for IITs, for engineering colleges, and medical colleges. This project we first started in Nagaland early this year, in March. Similar 30 people there, and I'm glad to tell you, out of those 30, already 10 have got into various government colleges, both medical and engineering. And surely you'll see a similar change here coming, let's say, the next academic session. We've also trained children, again from very, very remote areas of Manipur, for Sainik School. I noticed some Sainik School children also in the morning. I don't know if they've left now. And in the current academic session, which is there with people who just joined this year, again, there are about 8 to 10 children who have been trained by Assam Rifles. If I extrapolate this and take you to Nagaland, in Nagaland, in the last 2 years, all children who have got into Sainik School Pungwa, about 60 to 70% of them, the fresh entrants, have been trained by Assam Rifles. Let me also talk of recruitment process. The recruitment into the Indian Army was not happening for some time, you're aware. Then the Agniveer scheme started, and we have the IGR South here in Manipur, which has trained people for Agniveer, and most of them are now undergoing this process of recruitment. So we are doing things which are typically different from what we did earlier, and surely you all are aware of Sadbhavana or civic action projects that we undertake in various remote areas, and those, the budgetary allotment for those have also increased. The CM also said about Manipur University of shifting that post which we have. So I must bring it to your knowledge that while a new place has been established for us, what is missing is there is no electricity, there is no light, there is no water connection, and neither is there a road, a small patch of road. If these three are given to us, let's say in the next 1 month, I assure you we will move out in the next 1 month. I just hope that the state administration helps us. We are surely not too interested. I understand that there is a certain amount of cultural sanctity attached to the place where we are currently. And like I briefly stated in the morning, I too was here in the same place as a major so many years ago. So I understand the significance of that. So we, from our end, are ready to move out. We just would want the state administration to help us on that. Dr. Alex Walterman spoke a few things. He gave certain recommendations. I think those are all of theoretical nature for us to carry home. I'll just quickly go to Sri Pradeep Panjabam. General Konsum Himalaya already said that he felt very enlightened and philosophical after reading, after hearing him. But that's typically Pradeep. If not from him, whom else? Because he'll take you onto a totally different level, and he'll leave you feeling totally uneducated. When he mentions books of 1896 and 1920 and 1930, we really feel, where are we? But Pradeep, thank you so much. I would want to compliment you for 2-3 things that you said. Stuck in the past and mourning melancholy. I think these are 2 major takeaways. He didn't specifically mention Manipur, but this applies in equal measure to Manipur, no matter which faction you belong to. Just let us forget the past. Think of the future, and you guys sitting there are the future. If you get too stuck to what has happened to the past, it is your future which will get affected. And your future lies not just in Manipur, beyond the boundaries of Manipur. Not just in India, but beyond the national boundaries of the country, beyond the continent. So think big. And I'm sure most of you will go to those places. He also said empathy, to make fictions and believe in them. Some of you would have read this book by Yuval Noah Harari, Sapiens, where he writes exactly this, that it is only the humankind which can create illusions, stories, and make us believe in them. This is a very unique trait about us human beings, and that's what makes us different. He also said a nation is an imagined community. It's an imagined thing. Something like that, I think Yuval Noah is also mentioned in his. So this kind of took me back to that book. Dada Subir Bhawmik, again, I mean, there's not much I can speak about what he said, but surely 2-3 points I want to touch upon. He said, why no solution after 25 years of talk? I want to give my opinion on this. I personally feel it's not that no action is happening. Action is happening. Just see the number of talks that have happened. Hundreds, I don't know, I've probably lost the count of talks that have happened with NAC and IM. But every talk, there's something that is coming new. There's some, of course, NAC and IM is firm with the demands that it had. But notwithstanding, there are some new dynamics, new situations which arise. And like I said earlier also, we are surely not a military rule where we can just impose these things. It has to be by mutual acceptance. If the Shillong Accord happened in 1975 in Mizoram, it was because there was an understanding that came between the militant factions who were then fighting and the Indian Army and Assam Rifle which was there. And what happened eventually, the same militants who were fighting formed a government. Today you have a chief minister there who also was part of the fighting against the Indian government. So let's wait. I'm sure these things will happen. They will take time, but we should not rush. Though Alex also said it should not go on endlessly. But how much is that endlessly is a moot point. Subidada spoke of external environment, Bangladesh and Myanmar. These are 2 very important countries, and many times in my multiple interactions, people ask me which of these 2 countries are more important for India's Act East policy. To which my stated answer always is, look, the Act East policy itself has to go through the Northeast. First, the development has to happen in Northeast. Only then can we be looking beyond Morib, beyond the other places, Nagaland, Arunachal, Mizoram, into Myanmar. So if you see from the development angle, it is Bangladesh which is important for the Northeast. Because here was a country which suddenly got imposed in between. The people in Meghalaya, in Assam, partly Tripura, they associate themselves more with the Silatis, people who live in Silat. They've had centuries of tradition, waterways, roadways, and railways. All of them passed into Silat. So for the development of Northeast, we have to have a good understanding with the Bangladesh so that we get free access to all of these. But in terms of reach out to Southeast Asia and India Pacific, it is obviously Myanmar. coming to the last speaker, I found most of the questions since Shri Basanta is the education minister, the youth. Of course, you are most worried about your future, about the syllabus that he keeps increasing every year. But some of his answers would have put your minds to rest. Some very good things that he spoke of is the average age of India. Now, this is something that we are better off than China. He said our average age is 25 today. Yes. The average age of China today is 37, which is 12 years more than us, which is almost a generation ahead. So, very recently there was a comment that China is an aging country. China at some point stopped or laid embargoes on the number of children the people could have, and this is a spillover effect of that. Today the government wants to reverse it. While it is easier to stop or add on to the population, it is very difficult to force your population to increase the population. This is something you must remember. But on the same scale, if you look at Pakistan, their average age is even lesser than us. They have an average age of, I think, 20 or 21. So I think the last point that you made a mention of is mainstream the potential of youth, take part in democracy. I think that's very important. All of us in our own small, significant ways, wherever an opportunity comes to us, whether it's right to vote or anything else, we must contribute towards democracy. Each one of us is as responsible as is the politician or a bureaucrat of the country. So finally, all that is left is for me to thank the people, and let me begin with the esteemed panelists who've taken time off to come from very vast distances. Sincerest gratitude to you. And I'm sure this enthusiasm shown by you and by the audience here today will kind of motivate us to make this even better next year when we hold this, because this is a every yearly phenomenon that we want to hold. This is again one of the changes, as the Manipur CM himself admitted, this is a change from what Assam Rifle was associated with earlier. I would also like to thank the Chief Minister for having personally come here, spent time, and more importantly, having spoken to you. And some of the questions or points that he raised here, I tried my best to answer those. A word of thanks to the Manipur University faculty and students. I see the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the others here. A sincere gratitude to you, and we want to continue this association with you, particularly seeing the enthusiasm that is there amongst your students. I also want to thank the friends from the media houses who are here. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I forgot to thank you in the morning, as also the Mira Paibis. They were here in some big numbers. They are still there. I see them, because they are the people who run the society here. They have a major role to play, and my gratitude to all the Mira Paibis for having come here today. I also noticed children from NCC and Sainik School. Like I said, I think some of them have gone because they couldn't wait till now. But my gratitude to the principal of Sainik School and the director of the DDG of NCC, Brigadier Sandeep, who took the pains to send them here. And finally, a word of thanks to Inspector General South, General Rajan Sherawat, and his excellent team of officers for setting this up for all of us today, and also to the esteemed guests from other government agencies, Police Force, Central CAPF, and Paramilitary Force. Thank you all, and General Kate sir and Jaideep, special thanks to you for having chaired these two sessions in a manner that only you can. We look forward to this continued association with you and also with all our panelists. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I now request Director General Assam Rifle to felicitate our panelists for making the seminar a grand success. For chairing the session 1, Shri Jaideep Saikia. Shri H.K. Jain. Ambassador Gautam Mukhopadhyay, retired. Shri Yudhvir Shehrawat. Lieutenant General Dr. K. H. Singh, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, YSM, retired. Shri Pradeep Panjabam. Shri Subir Bhaumik. Shri Basanta Kumar. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, the Northeast Seminar 2022 comes to an end. On behalf of Lieutenant General P.C. Nair, AVSM, YSM, Director General Assam Rifles, I thank each one of you for gracing the occasion and making the seminar a success. May I now request the VIPs and special invitees to proceed to the foyer to your right side for lunch. Other invitees are kindly requested for lunch in the dining hall across the main foyer onto your left. Thank you and have a nice day. Jai Hind.